Recording in progress.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is, October 21st. We have a great show planned for you. We are on our 49th episode of the series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. If this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back to some of the earlier episodes. We started out this series going over a study done by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And in that particular study, they went over through participants on how through your thoughts, i.e. your consciousness, you can literally create your physical reality. They talked about the concept of time and how the concept of time does not exist, that time is not linear, past, present, and future, that time runs simultaneously. They talked about astral travel and the astral plane and the powerness of your vibration frequency and controlling your vibration and frequency. And by having a high vibration frequency, that lower energies cannot infiltrate you. Okay, so very, very powerful stuff in those first episodes. And so we were just about to be done with the series, and Brother Sean found some information by an author, Emily Windsor Cragg, called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice. The author has put her work on PDF. You can Google it, get the book for free, or you can buy it on Amazon. Here's her book. Okay. And in her book, she did a great job. She used various ancient texts as sources. She talked about, automatically, I was impressed with her. She talked about when the Anunnaki came to planet Earth 450,000 years ago, that there were already people inhabiting the planet in North America. Okay, so she also gets into detail in the book on how the Anunnaki, she said, repaired the planet. I say terraforming the planet. She talked about the different systems that the Anunnaki brought with them from their particular star system. So meaning the concept of religion, politics, even the whole idea of administration, getting things done. So I highly recommend this book. Very, very easy read. And again, she wants you all to get it for free via PDF if you don't want to get a hard copy on Amazon. It's unfortunate. I've gotten, I don't know if it's a little paranoid. Even if I have stuff electronically, if I can, I get the hard copies of the book because I've lost so much stuff electronically. And I've had to go back and rebuy stuff, and sometimes they'll take it out of print or they'll change something in that edition. Okay, so as we were going over Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice, we kept talking about the Terra papers, which is one of those things. It is out of print. You can only get it via an electronic copy. I lost mine many computers ago. Shout out to Sis Tressie. She got it for us. So we started digging into the Terra papers. And that whole body of work is again talking about the various different beings in different star systems, what folks are now calling the Galactic Federation, and how they were warring with each other. And then she went into how they formed a Galactic Federation and made a decision who was going to rule over Earth. Okay, so through that series, we kind of made that particular body of work, rather, we made a little side turn when we found from Adapt 2030 YouTube channel. Shout out to Adapt 2030. He has some great work on his channel. He put out some information regarding a patent with time travel. So we went in detail on the patent of time travel. We literally read through the entire patent. Just breathtaking information there. And so now we are on a book called Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by PhD Chris H. Hardy. She did an excellent job. A shout out to Brother Christopher for recommending this book. So this is this particular book. You can find it on Amazon. This is what we're going over now. Whoo, child. She goes in deep. She really, and she's using the Sumerian text as her source of reference. And she's literally going into how the Anunnaki aren't these mysterious, mystical, powerful beings. She even says that they're really human beings, just with technology. So they're human beings that have the capability of coming from one particular star system or realm to another. Okay. And then once again, she's going into details of their particular beliefs. She goes into detail the true creation story, how there were two creations. Okay. So Adam and Eve was not the only creation. It was Adam and Eve and Adapta and TT. So fascinating work that she's doing. Last week, we got into how the Anunnaki did not have a concept of religion. All right. And we went over the infamous ME. The infamous ME. I think someone dropped in chat last week. ME stands for magnetic electric. I think that's what they put in the chat. I saw something else in the chat as well. But that's literally, y'all know those this on the Sumerian tablets or the Assyrian tablets, you see the Sumerian god with the beard and they holding that purse, or you see them Babylonian / Sumerian gods holding that purse. That's that ME bag. And that ME bag is a piece of technology. And we went into detail last week how there is a master ME, and whoever holds that master ME piece of technology controls planet Earth. And they're able to give out other bags, ME bags, that are tailored with specific instructions. And part of those instructions are also how their area is to be ran via planet Earth. Okay, so we got into that last week as well. So this week, we're going to continue. And child, get ready. Get ready, my biblical people. Y'all have gotten a lot better. You have really gotten a lot better. Shout out to you. I know this information, some is difficult. But shout out to those that take it for what it is and they're like, whatever, or, you look at it from a mature aspect and you're not swinging for a sky daddy, because if you swinging with me, you're swinging in vain, because none of that matters to me. So shout out to folks that take the information, either use it the way they want to or throw it out. Either way, it is totally up to you. We're going to get into some more, child. We finna get into some more biblical stuff this week. Fencing to be some hurt feelings with some biblical folks. So with that said, let me give a quick shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. Shout out to son Scotty. He may be joining us in and out. He has that baby have a rehearsal he doing. So shout out to son Scotty. A shout out to brother Randy. A shout out to Mohawk. A shout out to I'm Born Here. Good to see you. I'm Born Here. Shout out to you. Shout out to El Sheba Sekmet. Shout out to Sis Stephanie Cook. And shout out to all the other YouTube family. All right, so let me bring on my co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. And then Brother Sean's back in the house from his world traveling. He been getting it in lately. Man, I need to catch up. I've been kind of chilling for these past 2 years. I got to catch up to you. All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay, your line should be open, sis. There you are. Uh-oh. There you are. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, sis Rhonda.
How are you?
As you can tell, I'm still proggy.
Oh, baby. Your allergies and that fire and all of that crud.
Yeah, they doing this up.
Yeah.
I got a letter on a claim here for smoke. I mean, a card on smokeclaim.com.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, isn't that interesting? They know they're doing this here.
Oh,
so
baby.
Yeah, a claim to get paid.
Yeah, I can't remember what podcast I put it in, but it's a really, really good documentary out. on the California fires. And I can't remember if it's Vice TV. I mean, it's really, really good. They go over Paradise, and they go over the history of the California fires, and it's really, really good. So if I find the name of it, I actually taped it.
I heard that Paradise was a residence where mostly alien people lived, people that went from this planet. I just heard that. I said, interesting.
It's I didn't know that Paradise had like regular folks, so regular middle class folks, and then they did have some that had like the multi-million-dollar homes. And I guess now some of them can't afford to rebuild, and they were trying to put some additional codes in place where people wouldn't be able to afford to build. And the insurance companies are going to raise the premium so high, or have raised the premium so high, that most won't be able to rebuild. And in that documentary, I'm going to get it for y'all because I taped it. So I'll get the name for you. In that documentary, they had a town hall meeting with the Paradise city hall folk. And they had the fire marshal and them man there. And the fire marshal man and them was giving them solutions on how to make their homes, when they rebuild, more fire resistance. And the city council had to vote on it. And they voted everything down to something as simple as when you're planting stuff. Yeah, don't plant like shrubs and stuff in the front of your house. It's a real good documentary, y'all. I'll get the name for you all.
You know, it's so crooked, and excuse me, allegedly so crooked in the insurance industry that on earthquake insurance, you got to pay every month, but you have to reach a 10% deductible when you have an earthquake.
10% deductible of what?
For your insurance, for rebuilding. If your house is totally destroyed, you got to reach your 10% rebuilding for your deductible.
So 10% of the value of your home?
For rebuilding, yes.
So who the heck could be able to afford that? So,
yes, I know it. I look at that and laugh. I think it's the stupidest stuff I ever heard in my life.
So you basically couldn't rebuild. So if you have a home that's worth $400,000, in order for them to give you the money to rebuild, you have to have 40,000.
Yeah.
And I think I'm quoting $400,000. That's cheap for a house in Cali.
Yeah, most of them. And you know, like it's $1 million houses, and you got a shack, right, in LA. So you're talking about a lot of money, $100,000. You have to come up front with. So that's how the insurance is worded. I looked at those policies. I said, I know you kidding. I mean, you might as well just put your money away to build a new house, period, and don't pay insurance monthly, because it's a ripoff.
Yeah, but you would have to be putting away quite a bit. And if you still paying a mortgage, most people can't afford to do that. They can't afford to be making mortgage payments.
They can't afford the earthquake insurance neither.
So, is it mandatory?
No.
Okay, because I know in New Orleans that flood insurance is mandatory now.
Oh yeah, and that, I mean, it's really you know, you can't win either way you look at it.
Yeah.
Because if you're paying to save money to rebuild a house, and you're paying taxes because your house is here in the high tax bracket, you know, you're always playing catch up anyway. And that's
I don't see how y'all can do it. You know, people have been trying to get me to move to Cali for years, and I was calculating the cost. Like, you got me effed up. No.
I would not recommend it, because
my disposable income. And that was over 15 years ago. I said, you got me effed up. Taking
What?
all my disposable income. No, heck no.
Old boys trying to get rid of the gas and gas appliances.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, I'm done.
Gas
I'm done.
appliances too. So that means we have a high electric bills here in California anyway. And now
Yeah.
they want to get rid of the gas, which was less expensive than the electric. So
Well, they're doing that because they're issuing in the new economy, and it's not gonna include
you own anything?
that part too, but oil and petrol and gas.
Yeah.
So
It's
yeah,
kind
all of that's part of the reset, and Cali's leading the way with how they're going to start mandating folks use the different technology. I literally earlier
of
today,
nuisance.
huh?
California don't agree. You mean nuisance?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cali Newsome, Newsent.
No, he's nuisance.
Yeah, he's putting it in effect. But yeah, I just dropped something earlier today, child, on how BlackRock is involved in the reset big time, and how they're already setting up for companies to start using natural assets. So they have literally accelerated moving from a petro dollar economy to the new phase / reset.
Yeah,
So
well,
all of that's related.
it's I heard they're not going to win, but they trying. I mean, they really desperate now, so they're trying everything in their power to get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I said in the podcast, we never should have been on this janky technology that's not in harmony with the planet. Okay? They took us away from the old world tech because they weren't charging for all of those services. So now they're just setting it up where they're going to go back to that old world technology. So using, harnessing energy from the atmosphere. But they're setting it up this time where folks going to have to pay for it. Yeah, so that's all they doing. They not nickel slick. We have the information now to know what they were doing in the past and how it's all coming full circle. So it's about the same group of folks positioning themselves to stay in control of pretty much the realm and the world economy. So I went into detail in that podcast. It's called BlackRock is an Oligarchy. So just check it out when you all get a chance.
So I know you're going to ask me about my stuff. I was just getting off of currently AT&T, and I saw something that caught my attention, and I start cracking up.
Oh boy!
I start laughing because they're censoring through the nose. By the way, Trump has a new service for social media. It's called I forget what it's called, Trump Social or something, whatever.
It's a new platform, or he just got a new screen name and background?
No, Truth Social, I think it's called Truth Social.
Mm.
It's like Facebook or something like that, but it's something. He opened up his own media, so I guess you can say anything you want. That's true.
I mean, which is smart on his part, but okay.
Yeah, but anyway, the NIA admits to funding gain of function research in Wuhan.
Oh, do tell. You have an article to share, sis, or
Yeah, I do.
Do tell. Go ahead. Now
So,
remember, we gotta be careful. You can't say certain words.
It's public now. It's public, so they're censoring their own selves. Okay, I got this article off of public news, AT&T. Yeah, okay, currently. So I figured we can talk what they printed.
You can just don't say those words. That's all. Just
You
talk
mean,
it code, the hoochie
oh,
coochie. Yeah,
reporting,
that's
report.
all. So
So
okay, hit us with it.
they said that the Echo Health violated reporting requirements. And so I must have missed a row here. So they say, uh, oh boy, you know that thing. During his May and July testimonials before the Congress over the gain of function question at the second hearing, Paul accused oh boy of misleading Congress by denying that the U.S. had funded gain of function projects at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Child.
Gain of function research involves extracting viruses from animals and artificially engineering them in a laboratory to make them more transmittable or deadly to humans.
Child sips water
So,
side eye. Keep
yeah,
keep on.
and in keeping with old boy's refusal to use gain of function, Tybeck avoids the term through the work he described matches its commonplace definition precisely. So what it ends up saying is they did do that
Mm-hmm.
using taxpayers' dollars minimally. Ain't no such thing as a minimally, but that's what they said, marginally or whatever they
Mm-hmm.
use as
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
terminology. Because once you do that, it's done. If I make one vial of gain of function stuff, it's done 100% and not partially. So they tried to play it down, but they admit that that's what they did. And the White House, of course, is defending oh boy's allegation of lying to Congress about gain of function. Uh, they said Americans deserve the truth. But yeah, they admitted they did it. And the National Institute of Health, the world like thing.
The NIH. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, NIH, they admit it. And of course, it's also, I saw another article that they admit that China and the United States scientists got together to do this. So when you're talking about this pandemic, it's exactly what it is, a pandemic, because they admit to manufacturing. I think they said in here they use mice to, they use animals that got sick with it and they tried to extract from that and bats and all that kind of stuff. Yep, they did. Yep. I didn't even read the darn thing. I already know what they did.
Right.
So, you know, I'm saying everything they've been fudging about, lying about, is coming to pass. It's coming out, and so
Yeah,
it's a,
but yet we're still being censored over it.
yeah. And I understand that kind of stuff, like that platform that everybody, you guys were talking about, is supposed to be going out of business. I'm not sure, but that's what I heard about that one.
Who the fake book?
Facebook, yeah,
Yeah,
that one.
you know they finna change their name.
Yeah, to Facebook. I mean, you might as well do that one. That's pretty important.
um, well, that's what we say, but and the young people don't even use that no more. It's the old heads that's using it.
You
And
know
in
what?
my defense, this is a way for me to keep up with my family. But Dag, what was the name? Dang on it. It was some crazy name, honey, that they supposedly and allegedly gonna change it to.
Well, that's
Oh, metaverse.
oh, metaverse. It is a tool of the fake three-letter agencies, and they're the ones who funded that.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
remember years ago, y'all, I had that article where this dude had talked about how fake book was funded. It went that article even predicts well, first of all, that article predicted that Zuckerberg was going to get in trouble with the way that he was using the data This was years ago before any of this stuff happening now. And it's predicting that Facebook is going to go away.
Yeah.
And I should have snatched that article when I had the chance. I cannot find that article anywhere now. I have been looking for 2-3 years. It's nowhere to be found. So it was scrubbed off the internet.
You know, another thing that happened in the news here lately, I'm gonna hit it. That oligarch from old Putin,
Mm-hmm.
that the fake agencies busted,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody was writing a book on it, and she Googled or she searched, you know, the book she was writing on old Junior Hunter,
Mm-hmm.
and she writing it on his laptop, Junior Hunter. She was writing that book, and that oligarch is on his computer many times. So he was talking about sharing secrets of countries and whatever on his computer if they would pay him money.
Who
To
was saying they was gonna share secrets?
fake Little Hunter,
Who is
Little
that
Hunter,
again?
Little Hunter,
Okay, I don't know
Hunter.
who that is. That's okay. That's okay if I don't know.
You know the laptop had all the porno on it.
Oh yeah, just some of the dumb people can't be that dumb. Pete, you just cannot possibly be that dumb. How you gonna be on the company's stuff?
Text and mail. That's it.
Whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
you got substitute teachers, trying to put that stuff out there too. So I
But
mean,
people cannot possibly be that dumb. If
yeah,
you're that dumb, you deserve to be locked up under the jail.
they are that dumb, and then leaving darn
Plus, on the government's computer.
and leave it at the shop for repair, and don't go get it. If he had just got it within the 90 days, with no problem, huh? But everything is happening for a reason. All that's hidden has to be revealed. You just can't
Yeah.
keep, even though they try. Um, and so there's a lot of people in Cali who are picketing and protesting. Oh, nuisance uh, law it dictate for 5 to 12-year-old children to get that thing. So it may get a little hot around here before it gets any cooler, because a lot of parents, and somebody tried to rule them as terrorists in the government. Okay, so the parents, you know, refusing to let their kids get that thing. I know the jab. Let me put it, the jab. They don't want that hoochie coochie.
Exactly.
So it's a lot going down, and they found that not old Trumpy Dumpy was related to uh, the Putin, but Hunter. Little.
Yeah, I got it now. Somebody, child, you know I can be slow sometimes.
I
I got the
understand.
connection because you was trying not to say the other name. Somebody dropped it in the chat for me. I'm like, oh, okay. So
Well,
I'm sorry. It wasn't you, sis. It was straight up me.
they tried to get rid of old Trumpy Dumpy because of old Putin. But now they find it's on the other side of the spectrum that that person, Little Hunter, is related to the Fox had it out there.
Ain't they saying that he on that stuff, little Hunter?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He on that little
Y'all
stuff.
know old school people. You know that
Let me
boy on that stuff.
let me
Okay.
let me tell you something. I saw pictures on that computer, but because Giuliani, I saw things on that computer, and I want to tell you, it's the grossest thing on the planet. So
Well,
it is, and I said, "Oh my God!" So for those, they said it didn't exist, but now they're finding that the oligarch uh, had his name on that computer. Hunter Little Hunter had that on.
Child.
So, you see the match? You get the match?
I get it.
Not
Child.
Trumpy Dumpy, but
I
Hunter.
mean, if he on that stuff, that makes sense. Now it's all lining up. Now I know who you talking about. He on that stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Just real quick shout out to sis Taneri, legendary Top Cat. He has a university called BCU. I pinned it at the top of this stream. Every Wednesday, they do a free genealogy class. So those of you that are looking to trace your roots with your peeps, that's a great opportunity for you all to do so. You can get the link. I pinned it in the chat. I'll leave it up there. They do it every Wednesday. So hit them up. Sis Taneri leads that up. So family, here's your opportunity to learn how to search for your people. They do it as a group, okay? And from what I've been hearing, folks have really been running across some great stuff. Okay, so shout out to sis Taneri. She's over there at BCU doing some great work. Okay, shout out to Brown Wolf Shata and peace and love to America Land. Are we gonna argue tonight? Because I'll be straight ready for you with your dissertations up in the comments. so peace and love, beloved. All right, so let me bring on Brother Sean. Oh, let me.
I need to say peace and love to the family too.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead before I bring Brother Sean.
I'm sorry for being rude, but peace and love to everyone. I enjoy your comments. I've been sitting here reading, but I have my problems still from last week, so I'm laying back a little bit. Yeah. Peace and love to everybody.
All right, let me bring on Brother Sean. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great.
Good deal. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise, for sure.
All right then. So, what you got this week? We'll go ahead on with the fuckery.
Let's see. Well, with that Vaseline.
Child, here we go. Once you start, go ahead, Brother Sean. Go ahead.
It happens to contain the Hydra.
Yeah, and I didn't get through that vid, but go ahead.
The Hydra is an organism that is self-replicating. It's mainly stem cells. So it's able to replicate itself at will. No matter how you cut it up, no matter what you do to it, you can't destroy it. And to add insult to injury, other than being able to replicate itself, it can also have sex and recreate.
Wait a minute.
The
organism can do what now? You say what?
Not only can it replicate itself spontaneously, but it can also have sex and procreate.
What's the purpose if it can replicate itself of having sex?
It's just saying it's no way to stop it. And these are organisms that are already in fresh waters. But putting them inside the human bloodstream that right along with the Sentinel tracking program, which the FDA conveniently has a has a whole section dedicated to that on their site. All you have to do is type in FDA Sentinel,
Okay, so
and you will see that those hydras look remarkably like the sentinels on the Matrix.
child,
And people forget that they were originally put inside the body. There's quite a few other things in there too that are microorganisms. A lot of things that are looking strangely like these aliens and mythical beings that people are waiting to see on a human or bigger scale.
See,
The alien invasion didn't already begun,
right.
and people have volunteered for it. That's why certain people getting certain messages from their sky daddies and instead of the other, because
Child, clutch pearls, clutch pearls.
they didn't been injected into them. Now, I mean, according to them, taking something experimental that alters your DNA no longer classifies you of as being anything of this earth. So
I pulled it if y'all want to read it.
what exactly have you become that you actually don't fit in the category of having any rights? You are actually, right now, at this moment, their creation. So in essence, they are your creators. They are your gods by your choice. I mean, that's the ultimate fuckery.
Yeah, it really is. And
What
you
people have done
got
to
me
themselves.
itching. Go, but continue. Ooh, give me the heebie-jeebies. Continue.
Being so scared of something that doesn't exist because they've yet to produce an isolated strand of it. They've yet to produce a testing method for something that they can't produce an isolated strand for. But they know everything that's in the Vaseline.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all would rather take that than to depend on mama and everything that she has for you to combat anything.
Right.
And it began with what you have, period. Your own immune system.
Right.
But I digress.
All right, so I done pulled it while you was giving us the update. Child, let's look at this.
I want to interject something.
Uh-huh, go ahead, sis.
You know, I read that the Red Cross won't even take their blood.
Well, whatever.
So let you tell you something.
They still looking for the good stuff to drink.
Yeah, they looking for the good. You absolutely right. They looking for the good. You absolutely right they are. Child, they making me itch. So,
that stated, it's no good.
So here we go, y'all, from the FDA. Biologics Sentinel 100 year
Sentinel.
Sentinel 100
No, I'm
year.
just saying Sentinel is spelled with S-E-N.
All right, well then that's wrong then. But this is still a good one, y'all. Because they're going into how they've been biologically looking for stuff. 1891. This is a good one too. So I'm not going to go over this. So check this one out, y'all, because it has some, just me reviewing it. All right. So spell it. What is it?
Sentinel.
SCN.
TINEL.
Okay, wait a minute. So instead of with a C, with an S?
Yeah, with S.
Okay.
You know, like the TV program, The Sentinel.
Or like a guard.
Yeah.
And the Sentinel.
Okay, my bad. Let me see if they giving it right here. Yep, it's here. Okay, let's look at this one. That other one was good too, y'all. They've been on some biological stuff for quite a bit. Okay. Is this it? I'm not sure when you get to see it.
They don't even have the real stuff on the PCRs. They haven't isolated.
Okay, it's about to
And
come
they
up.
say you have it.
So is this it, Brother Sean?
It hasn't popped up yet on mine.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
Monitoring. So y'all see FDA. Monitoring the safety of its regulated products is a major part of the FDA's mission to protect public health. Sentinel is the FDA's national electronic system, which has transformed the way researchers monitor the safety of FDA-regulated medical products, including drugs, vaccines, biologics, and medical devices in response to the FDA's Amendment Act of 2007. In May 2008, the FDA launched the Sentinel Initiative. The first phase of this initiative was the mini Sentinel pilot to inform the development of the Sentinel system. In September 2014, the FDA began transitioning from the mini Sentinel phase to the full Sentinel phase, which officially launched in February 2016. Over time, Sentinel has developed the largest multi-site distributed database in the world dedicated to medical product safety. It is constantly growing and improving to meet FDA's needs. Oh, come on with it now. This is fluff stuff.
Mhm.
In 2019, FDA announced the Sentinel would expand 3 districts coordinating centers. Yeah. I don't care nothing about that. The Operations Center will continue to leverage organizational partnership in the areas of epidemiology, clinical medicine, pharmacy, statistics, health informatics, data science, specifically artificial intelligence, natural language processing, machine learning, and network operations to support post-market safety analysis. The Innovation Center would develop innovative methods to further advance Sentinel, including exploring novel ways to extract and structural information from electronic health records in the future. The Community Building and Outreach Center will focus on communication and collaboration, as well as deepening stakeholder involvement and broadening awareness, access, and the use of the Sentinel tools and data infrastructure. So they're here pining this is really just tech and data. Electronic records, da 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 da. So here are the partners. They really ain't telling us nothing here.
You know, I saw some doctors who been isolated under microscope something. I don't know the Hydra part, but it looks like a spider type thing. Is that what?
Yeah, that's the Hydra.
Yeah.
It's a spider type thing in there. So also a disc, some type of nano disc that's magnetized.
They have it in the vaccine. The doctors have isolated it. They see it. They have pictures of it.
Okay, well, they're not.
You got to click on some of those other links.
Yeah, that's what I did. Because this is surface stuff. Yeah, because even if you get into here, this is about data.
You know, people are really acting funny towards you after they get that stuff. Their attitude towards you changes. Have you noticed anything like that?
What's beautiful about
And with the fact that they let you know that they track Vaseline and
Yeah, but that's not
medical
the real
device.
to it. That ain't the real.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but if they just telling you on the surface that they can track all that stuff, then obviously there has to be something in it that's trackable.
That yeah.
Yeah, I don't see where they're giving us the good. So it's somewhere else. Yeah, they're not giving us that Hydra stuff. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, we tried. I'll kind of poke around for it offline, but when y'all can, hell, check this one out. Cause I just scrolled through this and they definitely talking about using bio stuff all the way back to the 1897.
Been trying to do it.
So they've been doing this for quite some time. So check this one out. But I'll try to find some stuff on that hydro stuff tied to the Sentinel stuff.
I found it on Clubhouse, pictures of that stuff. It's not probably posted today, but I saw the pictures of the stuff that's in it and the doctors who found it. There was
Logic Before Authority. He got some stuff. I can't remember the doctor's name.
Oh, okay, that's right. That video is Logic Before Authority. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll do a little bit more snooping and see if we could come up with something. Because they always disclose what they do. They just know most people ain't going to read. Just like the stuff Nisipu gave me last week that we went over with the testing that they're actually doing this week in New York in the subway system, dealing with the crystal as being the one that's carrying the conductor of whatever they're putting in that particular test. I still got censored with that.
Outside.
I still and literally that stuff is public information. It ain't like I was sitting up here lying through my teeth. None of that. I wasn't lying through my teeth. I was showing you the receipts. And I still got censored.
Graphene stuff?
Huh?
Graphene stuff? The conductor. The gel.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I still got censored. And that's basically public information.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. And we didn't even go into the heavy hitting stuff in there because I knew they would have totally blocked the video if I did. So yeah, that's how deep this stuff is.
That just shows you how deeply we've been taken over.
All right. Okay, so what mine is this week, it's a follow-up. It's not I don't have any go ahead on with the fuckery, not anything that anybody else haven't covered this week. So I'm not gonna necessarily go over it. You know, some of the same degenerates doing the same degenerate behavior. So shout out to those that are calling it out. Please keep up the great work. It is much needed. What I want to go over, actually, one of the family chat members had put in the chat a couple of weeks ago to watch the movie City of Ember. So it came on. I can't remember which one of those. I can't remember if it was Showtime. Who wanted one of those? And it was like 15 minutes in. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. No, I need to back this up and watch it from the beginning. I remember someone saying, you need to see that. So I backed it up from the beginning and watched the whole thing, and I'm so glad that I did. So the storyline is, it's when mankind is about to end, a group of scientists decide to create and populate a city deep underground. The city of Ember is to last for 200 years, after which its inhabitants are to retrieve from a strong box of instructions to return to the surface. Over time, however, the message is lost and life in Ember is rapidly deteriorating. Their power supply is failing and food is being rationed. It's left to two young teens to unearth the secret of Ember and to lead out the way. So, I took a look at it, trying to get to the pictures, y'all. There's photos. Just a second. And I'm going to bring this up. Okay, hold on a second. And shout out to whoever dropped that in the chat a couple weeks ago. Because this show came on. I was so happy. Okay, it should kick up. Hopefully, come on, kick up to YouTube, blah, blah, show the picture on YouTube. Here it comes, YouTube. Okay. All right, so what had made me like, whoa, because all throughout the movie, they kept showing the symbols of electronics, an electronic grid. They kept talking about a generator, and they were literally underground keeping the generator going to keep the city going. Okay. And so even the mayor wore like this symbol around his neck, and they had the symbol of the electric bolt. You kept seeing that all throughout. So I was immediately thinking of the Black Sun. And then also they had in there that box, as they talked about in the summary, where this grid system, or this generator system, and I'm using the example of equivalent to the black sun, had a time limit on it. And they had put the instructions in a box. I can't make this up. I was hoping that they would show that box. Okay, so this the little sign, y'all. Y'all see the electric boat. Okay. Okay, and that's just a picture of the underground, and literally you could tell they're underground, and it looked like under where some tree roots and all of that jazz was as well. Okay, somebody, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Please go on mute. If you're doing something in the background, please go on mute. So when they had the instructions in this box, and I was hoping I could find this box, y'all, but I can't find it. Maybe I can. Yeah, it's not on here. The box reminded me of that ME bag. And they had on the box a timer. And the timer was set to 200 years. And I immediately thought of the various resets and the black sun clock. Okay? And so the last person, and what they would do, each city mayor would be given the instructions on what that box meant and how they were supposed to pay attention to the time clock on the box. And before the time officially ran out, because that generator or black sun was going to give out. Okay. There were instructions to give the people on how to come from underground and get to the surface, because it appeared in the movie that some type of nuclear disaster happened where the surface of the earth wasn't safe. So you had this population went underground. So it really had a few little meanings to it. It was talking about a reset that happened that wiped out the population above ground, and then a certain sector of the population went underground. Okay. And they were underground with the technology of the quote, quote, black sun. Although in this movie, the technology was really, really archaic, but nonetheless, that's what it was mimicking. It was really talking about the black sun. Okay. And I'm sorry, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
They also had them bags on Star Trek.
Refresh my memory. I'm not a Trekkie like y'all, but refresh my memory.
Yeah, they always had them little bags, especially the doctor, and he always pull his little tricorder or whatever from out of the bag. They little technology.
They MEs.
Mm-hmm. They scanners, all that stuff come right out the little bag.
I was actually last night, the last Star Trek movie, I think it was the last one, the one where Spock's son and the captain, the original captain of the ship, I can't think of his name right now.
Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk. And Kirk's son, how when they grew up, I was just literally watching it last night and I wound up falling asleep, because now I have to rewatch this stuff and I can pick up little clues. And remember, they were secretly being attacked by these other type of beings. And so they're like, what are they doing? And they were like, they're terraforming. They're terraforming that planet. I'm like, oh. Whoa. And they also talked about terraforming on the Superman. Remember when Kal-El, one of them Anunnakis, Kal-El, people came and they was literally going to terraform Earth. And they was in the military room and they're like, what are they doing? And one of the military people said, they're terraforming. And the other military person said, what is that? And they literally said they are changing the atmosphere for it to be inhabitable for their people. And so the military lady said, well, what does that mean for us? And then another military people said, that means we gone. So I'm sitting there like, now I've seen this Superman one before, but I'm like, wow, they just keep putting this stuff in your face. And so Superman, of course, was fighting them all. And so his people was like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You know, we need somewhere to go, this, that, and the third. And so Kal-El was like, no, I forgot what's his homeland.
Krypton.
Krypton. He said Krypton had his time. So I just thought that was really, really interesting how they're putting it in your face about terraforming. So sorry, I got sidetracked. So back to the city of Ember. So inside that box, so y'all see this symbol? I mean, they had symbols all around referencing, although this is a little different, but I still understood overall what it mean. And they were showing you what she has in her hand were the instructions to get out. This is the ME box. This is the box where these instructions were put in, and they had a timer on it. And this box, or this ME, was passed down to each mayor of the city. Okay? And each mayor, what happened, one of the mayors had croaked before the knowledge could be passed down. And so it was like sitting in a closet, and the time was like steady ticking, 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 where it had pretty much ran out. So this entire underground structure, which was being generated, they say literally by a generator, I'm saying, quote, quote, by the black sun. They're mimicking what they're called, which is really the black sun. And you're going to see these symbols all throughout this movie. Okay. It was forgotten about until the children found it. And so this little girl here, this teen, she kind of cracked the code to get out from underground. All right. So it was really, really a good movie. I was just paying attention to some of the things in the movie. And I was just thinking about these bricks and the stone, and just based on how bricks conduct energy. Very, very good drop. Very, very good drop. Only difference is, of course, they didn't put the connection of this generator, i.e. the black sun, really driving the frequency to the entire planet. So it was a very good movie nonetheless, the symbolism that was dropped in that. So again, this is the city of Ember. It came out in 2008. So shout out to the person, again, that dropped that in the chat. I just so happened to see it, and it went in my consciousness. And when I saw it pop up on the TV, I'm like, oh, snap. This is what that person was talking about. Let me back this up and look at it. So thank you for whoever dropped that in the chat. I truly, truly appreciate it. Okay. Brown Wolf says, have y'all noticed the captain / pilot are always melanated? Mm-hmm, child. Sure did. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's bring up Brother 832 before we get into Inky, Binky, Linky, and them and they shenanigans. All right, let me try to bring on Okay, let me bring on Brother 832. You sent me something, Brother Sean.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna bring on Brother 832, and then I'm gonna look at what you sent me. You should. Oh, there we go. Peace and love, brother.
Brother! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
And getting out of the well of a black hole, crossing the Milky Way galaxy, and turn up in the neighborhood, the solar system, landing on the rings of Saturn. Scotty Youngblood, what up, though?
He about to come on now, brother.
I have a multitude of things that's rattling around in this empty cranium that I call my brain. The significance of this 1/6 shenanigans bullshit. I don't even know if we should be even spending our time discussing. This is allegedly the fuckery report, since this is so-called current affairs. The entire enterprise of these criminals that are operating here, we have a very difficult time in discussing with our brothers and sisters and our family members, because their stake, they're completely invested, whether they understand it clearly or not, in the success of its continued destruction and demise. But we actually think it's going to be beneficial to us, either individually or collectively. When we're listening to these people, they're already rationalizing how some of these individuals are supposed political prisoners and should not be charged. And not a single one, as counting, has been charged with sedition or treason, which are very clearly defined in their so-called law. Any intrusion upon government activity, by definition, is sedition. But not a single seditious charge has been filed. You know that, right? Then we're to be, I guess, in this past week, and I know pretty much how you and Sean particularly feel about voting and the act of it. And I probably agree with you 100%. But as we are still here under their purview, that is the only mechanism that we have to impact the system. Now, I don't know how we can do this a little bit more intelligently or effectively so that we get some of this fake currency, this fiat, directed to. My opinion on this, really simply put, is a lot of elderly people are offended by still having to pay property taxes, and their children are grown, or they no longer have children in the school system. But that's short-sighted when they don't understand. You're still talking about investing in your future, right? So if we're not empowering these young people with some effective education, and I know that's not going to necessarily come with our enemies still in charge. You get what I'm saying? But our children, they're being turned over to this process. In the case of these supposed patriots that are going there to disrupt the operation of the government, which I'm ambivalent about that. I really don't give a damn, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, to be allowed to escape any sort of jurisprudence and punishment, which I guess is just basically repeating the same shit, that they are doing what they're doing and they can damn well do what they please with immunity, essentially. So back to what you were saying as far as your current discussion about Inky Binky them and what is our hierarchy, then what is government then, really? What we're taught government is people, right?
Yeah, that's the lie they tell, yeah. Right.
Okay, and you are to govern yourself, correct?
Yeah.
Which would start with us being better as either husbands and wives and heading up households and families. So it sounds to me like that should be the first fundamental issue, is governing, right? Now, have you noticed this lie that they're going around hollering in front of these school boards about these mask mandates? But they're not concerned about the children that are called Black or Hispanic, that everybody knows, most everybody should know or are aware that they are the most poorly educated in the school system, right? They're defunded. They want to holler about defunding the police, but the schools that serve Black and Hispanic communities, particularly the Black ones, the so-called Black ones, are defunded on a regular basis, while white flight is removing white children, and the gall of them, they're snatching the tax dollars that are coming from the poor communities and attaching them to the white children going to suburb districts. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm not telling you something you weren't already aware of, but it's mighty ironic that they're only outraged about their children being forced to wear a mask and the potential of critical race theory, which is not being taught anywhere to school-age children, K through 12. So there's a mass hysteria going on. Now, do you call that a false flag or psyops? Would that be an example of such a thing? No, once this is done, which I'm still not certain, what is his intent? What is it to accomplish, other than to continue to stir up so-called white citizens and terrify them that this horrible boogeyman, which is mostly Black young males particularly, that are being poorly educated, not going to school, dropping out, standing on the street corner with their butt hanging out and pants sagging, selling crack, and busting caps and other so-called Black Negroes behind. Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I haven't seen any white body counts stack up. Have you?
No.
Did you notice the last school shooting? Did you pay close attention to that? I'm still trying to get the follow-up on it, but I find it was a blip on the thing. This was Arlington, outside of Dallas. You know, that was supposedly a Black teenage student that snapped?
Yeah.
Now that's like a Black unicorn, isn't it?
Yeah, from a middle class. Because that was a middle class area, right?
Of course, you're talking about a suburb. Mm. When you say outside the city, what you saying? When you saying it's outside Atlanta, that's Buckhead, right? Or Decatur.
But
when you saying it's outside Cleveland.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, but that wasn't hood.
they always find a way to pack us somewhere.
Yeah, because I saw the house and I'm like, that ain't the hood. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
So now, all of a sudden, they have found an errant Black child that went and shot up a school. Do you remember the Dave Chappelle joke where he said, I don't know, do you remember before COVID? I don't know, I do. There was a mass shooting going on every week, and thank God for COVID to lock up these murderous whites in their house. Of course, that fell flat for a pause with the audience. But the statement is still a fact. It's not being reported. There are still mass shootings going on, almost still weekly. We are watching these people with a death spiral. And for some bizarre reason, we feel compelled to attach ourselves to these people and their self-destruction. And we, for whatever reason, I think this group here, with our level of consciousness, could effectively explain why we seem to operate with such mental illness and self-destructive behavior. But we seem so compelled to try to save white America. Why are we being Captain Save-A-Ho? That's a rhetorical question. I'm not necessarily asking any of you all to answer that. But this is where we're at a real crux of the matter. It's like a fork in the road, turning point. Mm-hmm. And where do you think this is headed? It's a generic thing to ask for anyone. But at the end of the day, I'm still here compelled by my grandchildren, which would potentially bring me great-grandchildren. And we don't seem to have a clue, sister. We don't. this past week was very, very depressing and disappointing for me. I don't even spend any more time trying to initiate some conversations with people that I think are my loved ones that are hell-bent on destroying me with their ignorance. You know, I'm just wondering, what is it that we could initiate to try to compel some behavioral change here with our people for the sake of our children and grandchildren, at least. That's the only thing that personally motivates me.
Well,
now
I talked about that.
Go ahead.
And I talk about it all the time, but since people don't seem to understand how you clean up the community, I mean, I just don't have no more talking to do. Because
Right.
everybody want to make it out to be like it's this big thing, and it's not.
Make it out like it's what?
Like it's a big thing to get the community in order. It's not.
Well.
It's at the family level. You're never going to change anything if you can't change at the family level.
Yeah, well, you're talking about the individual unit. That's the basic unit. That's the unit of the community, and it's the unit of so-called government. You know, but we're saying the same thing in just a different way.
No. Let's be clear. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about individuals and their families. That's where you get the big bang for change. It's not that hard.
Right.
It's
about
really
2
not,
weeks out
but
now.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just maybe do a quick mini update on the movie review. You Siskel or my Ebert, but 2 weeks out, we're looking at the Eternals. Have you had a chance to see any of those clips? Maybe on YouTube?
No, I haven't. I'm gonna try to catch it in the theater. If not, I'll just pay if it's streamed.
No, just go on YouTube. They've got plenty of right now because we're 2 weeks away. There's a lot of content showing the trailers and give you some of the backstory, like what I was sharing with you the first time, on how these are supposed to be million-year-old entities, whether it's the Celestials that created them or the Eternals that are particularly the focus of this particular group. They're trying to give you another version of superhero ethic, you know. This mythos of these are some perennially powerful beings, and they only have one dark. And by the way, the funny thing about this one, people think he's an Indian, but he's actually a Pakistani. And they got one blood, and guess what his lifestyle is?
What?
With a husband and adopted children. You know, so you already know what the agendas, the narratives is on this, and particularly with the so-called sci-fi spin on this coming to, you know, we're coming to a point in time where
have a boyfriend now.
What you took? You took that out of it. That's Superboy.
Yeah, I knew
now you know what? Since you mentioned that, actually, Superman and Lois Lane had fraternal twins. Two boys.
Okay.
And what? Now that's the DC Comics version that you get, you know, on CW. It used to be WB. You know, they had a new Superman where he and Lois are married and they got teenage sons. In the comic books is what you're talking about. In the comic books, they are making that Superboy bisexual.
Oh, in the comic book?
Or I guess you say trisexual. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
He'll try anything since he's from another planet, right?
Okay. So he's bisexual.
So here again, this methodology of trying to be diverse, quote unquote, accept the sexual proclivity or whatever of these alternate lifestyles, project that we're including people now, because remember, the bottom line on all of this stuff is to keep segmented populations. And then by claiming, I'm talking about from the systems approach at this, by claiming to include them, that causes more division, right? And then if you go and say something about it, let's wrap up with this and about what's going down with Netflix and David Chappelle.
Right.
Okay,
Chapelet.
who loves to talk about Juicy Smollier. Okay, have you
we
seen?
got his butt back, didn't we? He gonna call him Smoulet. We're like, what about you, Chapelet? But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so have you checked out Closer yet?
No.
It's off the chain, though. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if you've caught any of his, his Netflix specials. This is number 6, covering that 60 million.
One? Is that the name?
Yeah, and
I saw it, and I don't see
girl,
what was offensive. I don't see what was to be offensive.
he rolled up on Detroit and told him that's why he came and closed it out there, because he was banging on Detroit about them going all in on him from TMZ and being drunk on stage and getting booed off and all that. So what they're utilizing, and this is the slick shit from the system. Okay, pay close attention, because every one of these transgenders, they're bringing out a Negro male. Okay, the one person that was the so-called showrunner at Netflix is a white man. But remember the joke? You remember the joke that he told about his issue has always been with white people, not about gays, bisexuals.
And that's what I found out, which was true.
And what did he say? He said, right when you think you got them on the ropes, what did he say? Nigga, call me a girl.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch the special. I don't see where he was being offensive against anybody in their lifestyle. I think he was making fun of them trying to criticize him.
But if we're all equal, if we are quote unquote all equal, everybody's fair game, right?
Right.
If we're supposed to be equal. If we're embracing these people are just like anybody else, then what means you're going to get a pass? Is there's going to be some cracking to be made?
Well,
you feel me?
Yeah, I mean,
now,
and I agree with him from the standpoint, I don't think he was being disrespectful to anybody's choices or lifestyle. Because, I mean, hell, I get it on here where people want to windmill because they get their drogs in a bunch because I'm not, rah-rahing for their gang member. And I always say, don't nobody get a pass, so just buckle up. I'm bound to offend you.
But remember how he shared... Remember how he shared that story of the lady that he met, and he elevated her in his program, opening up for him. And then come to find out, when they jammed him from the beginning and she went to defend him on Twitter, they dragged her, he, her, she, he, whatever it is you say with your pronoun, through the mud. And he said she gave as good as she got. But then she did what? Jumped off the building. Took her life. He said, I don't know how you don't see that's a masculine thing. That was some gangster shit. And he caught him right in the middle and said, now, I see that joke may be problematic. But she, Daphne, would love it. And they still didn't get it. I'll leave you with one last joke that was interesting, too. Remember when he said he caught COVID? And he called himself the Magic Johnson of coronavirus. And that went over a lot of heads, because a lot of these Negroes and most of the audience members don't know that Magic Johnson is still living with AIDS 30 years, or damn near 40 years later. And he said he was at home cooped up, having to watch his beloved blacks beat up and attack his beloved, because we talked about that for a couple of weeks. Remember how they kept showing only blacks supposedly attacking them, and now you at the hashtag Stop Asian Hate and Care for AAPI, they all of a sudden got labels and got legislation passed in less than 2 weeks, right, to the Congress. He said, then I stopped and thought about it. My God, that's what's going on inside my body.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Negro antibodies was kicking the Kung Flu in the ass.
Yeah. I mean, it was clever. His stand-up
a lot of what
clever.
he had to say is thought-provoking. And that is what's offensive to people. How about you think? God forbid. But you know what I say every week. I don't care who these foreigners are, who these invading aliens, etc. You ain't got to go home, because it's the last call for alcohol, whether you hear me or not, whether you understand what it means. If you claim someplace else, please go there, because it's time, and the time is up. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Good to hear from you, brother. Good to hear from you. Nisi Pooh, she was gonna come up, but that's my bad. Shoot, y'all know Amy. Y'all be having these, you youngins be having these 175 different screen names. Shit, I can't keep up with that. So I blocked her by mistake. She wanted to come up and talk about, but she dropped it in the chat. The Department of Justice has filed an antitrust lawsuit against the National Association of Realtors. They are under investigation. That is the #1 lobbyist group in America. There is more to this. Child, keep us up to date, Nisi Pooh, because you know the housing market, we're in a big bubble. So I really want to know what that antitrust lawsuit is about.
It's about redlining.
That's going to be interesting.
Stacking the cities and certain people groups. That's been going on for years.
Yeah.
Or are they finally trying to admit that ain't none of them ever had no right to try and sell not one
anything.
land.
Right.
Not licensed.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with license.
The license, right.
Got to do with if they don't own something, how they gonna sell it.
Right. Over and over and over and over and over again. But if they go after them, then that means they also have to go after the counties as
everybody.
Well. Yeah, they have to go after everybody.
But they're going after the little fish first.
Yeah, so this is getting interesting.
Well, you know, lawyers don't have the right to practice because they're licensed by another country.
Right. Right.
But that's who issued all the charters and everything.
Yeah.
The charters and the land patents, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a right to take our land and give it to somebody else because they're not even, this is not their land, first of all, and because they're licensed by London.
Right.
They giving away what they named.
Exactly.
That's why they renamed stuff and changed the coordinates, this, that, or the other, wrote this, that, or the other down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, said this is up under such and such charter, this, that, or the other. It's not what it originally was and still is. But as long as you taking it in context of their paperwork, if you're sticking to their terminology, that means you're agreeing to the terms of their contract.
But you have to have informed consent, you know, because the contract.
Yeah, we know what you're supposed to have. We know all the little technical loopholes. We know all the arguments you're supposed to give them. But if they know from day one that this ain't theirs, and all the paperwork, this, that, or the other, is all a part of colonization and terraforming and this, that, or the other.
Right.
They know ain't none of it lawful. They
exactly.
got you thinking in terms of legality and what piece of paperwork you should fill out and this, that, or the other. I think he was plenty clear in the charter when he told them he didn't give a flying fuck what name you use, how you flip this around,
exactly.
this, that, or the other. Right. You could change the seal, you could change this, you could change that, but the one thing you ain't changing, this belong to me and mine forever, for all eternity and beyond time.
And run me my ends.
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. No fucks were given.
So they took it. They're not giving it back. And what we have to realize as creators, if you're talking about ascending, that's some higher vibrational shit you're talking about. And ain't none of this that we sitting up here squabbling with them over got anything to do with what's new. I mean, if you're looking for something that's already established, then you're talking about remaining in their system.
Right.
As a creator, what do you have that's new to be looking forward to? People still trying to reposition themselves in the system. Everybody want to be comfortable in the system, but don't want to do without it.
Right.
As long as you're in the system, even with this quote unquote new script or reset or whatever coming up, who wrote it? You didn't write the role for your character.
Yep.
They already explained to you what your character is to do. Now, it's either you are to focus on the program that they told you to so that you could ascend to the very dimension and places that they want you to so that they can feed off of you.
Right.
Or they want you to stay in 3D where they can continue to feed off of you.
Right.
All they're giving you is their choices, which all seem to work out for them all the time that they give you your options. All of those options work out for them. I don't care if you're talking about politics or whatever.
Right.
Whoever they present to you, I don't care what that person say that they doing, this, that, or the other, it's still the system.
Exactly.
So, I mean, again, if you're not the author of your character, you have no authority, period. So don't blame them. And definitely don't blame us. Because we didn't told y'all asses time and time again. I mean, it's getting old now. I gets no thrill from I told you so. None whatsoever. I mean, it's just to the point where it's just pathetic.
Yeah. And I guess
But I
oh,
digress.
oh, I'm sorry, Brother Sean. I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
I
off.
digress, sis. I'm good.
Okay, and I guess just for me, just to keep having these conversations, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I'm not changing my position. Self, family, block. Then you could come talk to me maybe about a nation. If you can't do those things, we really don't have nothing to talk about. The foundation is yourself. You are a creator. If you cannot clean up your own self, create and manage healthy households and families, and spread those values throughout your community, please don't come talking to me about no grandiose plan. What are we gonna do? Da 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 da. When folks can't even get the basics together, and I'm talking as a collective, folks can't get the basics together, and it's so bad with the delusionalism from folks. They'll get all deep into spirituality. I'm going here, I'm ascending there. I done talked to this one, I didn't talk to that one. But your own individual family life is a hot mess with the capital H. I don't compute that. I'm sorry. I don't understand that. How do you think that you're vibrating high? You're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing this, but yet your family is in shambles. And we have individuals in this quote, and we already saw the Black conscious community is dead and good. That shit need to be dead. 6 feet under. Okay? Those were low-level pieces of shit folk that were running that. Okay? Now we still have people that are off in la-la land, going from one group to the other, to the other, to the other, fantasy world. But your individual being is in shambles. Your individual families are in shambles. And I'm not understanding how you think you're doing anything when you can't even practice true sovereignty with self in the physical. Something that you can control. Because all you're really doing, you've turned the shit into a religion. You waiting on Sky Daddy. You waiting on the energy, the higher frequency to do X, Y, Z for some shit that you're supposed to be doing for yourself. That's why 99.9% do not truly understand what sovereignty means. It's not paperwork. It ain't none of that shit. You have to do the work individually. You have to be willing to fucking stand on your own, whether or not anyone agrees with you. That's what sovereignty is. So nope, I'm not going to have these conversations with folks on what we should do as a people. We already fucking know what, quote, quote, we need to do as a people. Not going to have them conversations. Either folks going to get up off their ass and do the work or they ain't. But what I'm not finna do is sit up here and coddle and pretend. Just like I said, I don't coddle men with bullshit and I don't coddle women with bullshit. That goes the same with the spirituality group. I'm not coddling you with the bullshit. Because literally folks be wanting you to co-sign on some bullshit. Going from this program to that program. Well, I heard if you do that, it's this. I heard if you do that. Motherfuck all that. I'm not concerned about it. I give no fucks about it. Create your own world. It starts with yourself. Y'all are not supposed to be babies anymore. Get your shit together. Now, you can sit up here and lie to me with the amount of books that you done supposedly and allegedly read, how wokety woke, a spiritually ascended you are. Don't none of that shit means any value to me personally. It has to mean something to you. So flexing to me or anyone else in the quote, quote, spiritual community, it don't mean a goddamn thing. It needs to mean something for you. And don't think you escaping anything if you have caused trauma and you haven't corrected it. That's trauma that you have caused on other people, trauma within your own families. You're not finna motherfucking escape that. You're not finna to escape that. So don't sit up here and ask me what, quote, quote, we need to do. People know exactly what the fuck they need to do. Because, see, you're not ready to have them hard conversations with me. I have to cuss motherfuckers out on the regular, just on simple shit. Basic adult shit. But you want to try to convince me that you're ready to build this nation, to form a said government, to do X, Y, Z, to replace the government. If the motherfucking government right now was to interrupt this broadcast and shut me the fuck off and broadcast across the United States and say, deuces, peace, we out of this bitch. Help me to understand how the Black collective community is prepared to do something. I'll fucking wait. Exactly. So I'm not to be played with this bullshit. Go on and take it up the street. Clean up your own house. Sweep around your own doorstep. You have to do the work, physically and spiritually. All right, that is all. All right, I guess that was my go ahead on with the fuckery. Okay. Ciao. Yes, Copper Aborigines. First and foremost, forgive yourself, then go to those who you wronged and apologize to them and get self-healing. Absolutely. That's a simple start.
Yeah.
That's a very simple start. Own your shit. Your responsibilities that you ran away from, you have to go back and correct that.
Yeah.
I'm finna mute you, sis. Okay. You have to own that. I mean, you don't have to. You could keep bullshitting yourself. But you're supposed to be an adult. Nobody's here to hold your hand, make you feel comfortable. Just the amount of justification people use for fuck shit is so sickening to the core of my stomach. I just be looking at motherfuckers like, you really believe that you think you fucking bullshitting me with your bullshit? You 40, 50 years old, you got a carnage of bodies in your trail, of lives you done fucked up, including your children's lives, and you think that because you found spirituality, that you're bullshitting me? I watch how people move with their families. I watch your track record and your history. Now, you could keep sitting up playing and bullshit, and that's on you, but you're not going to get a pass. It's just that simple. All right. So, let's go on. We're in Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by PhD Chris H. Hardy. Let me put this up. Just show you all one more time. The book. Okay, you can get it off Amazon. The conscious so-called community and these groups have helped to ruin the community. Yeah, it's a sickness within a subculture sickness within a subculture of sickness. Absolutely. That's what has been going on. Okay. So it's just one dysfunction after another, after another, after another, justifying fucked up bullshit. And I'm not with it. I don't want no parts of the fuckery. Don't bring it to me. I'm going to call you on it, and I'm just going to keep it moving. I'm not going to be arguing about motherfucking grown-ass men on child support, taking care of your babies, welfare, black single mothers. Fuck all of you niggas. You're losers. I'm not coddling you, none of that. Go find a bitch that will. I'm not that one. I'm not the one, I'm not the two, I'm not the three. And for the women that support that fuckery, having arguments over the age of consent. Nigga, is you crazy? What's there to fucking debate? Is R. Kelly innocent? I'm not having these sick ass debates with you sick folks. Is poor light innocent? Are you fucking kidding me? You think I'm finna have these sick ass discussions with you degenerate ass adults? Yes, you're low life degenerates. I'm not coddling any of you. I don't give a fuck. Unhit the subscribe button, bitch. You ain't got to make no motherfucking announcement. None of that. I don't need the energy nor your support. This is adult shit. You made those choices in life. And you think I'm gonna fucking sit up here and coddle your fucking failures? But you want to sit up here and talk to me about the black community? Black people being on a higher level? Building a black nation? Are you out of your rabbit ass mind? You sell that shit up to somebody up the street. Because you ain't pimping me. I done already told you. I know a pimp when I see one. You ain't pimping shit over here. This is sick ass behavior in the black community. And when folks talk about simple shit, grown ass motherfuckers want to get to justifying the sick shit. Oh, it's the white man. I don't want to hear none of that shit. Hit unsubscribe, keep it pushing. This ain't the place for you. I don't coddle adults. I have sympathy for them babies. You grown folk, you can go fuck yourself. All right. Oh, so you're going to add order 4 to 5 to 6. Shit. I know at a minimum I'm not the 1, the 2, or the motherfucking 3. I could tell you that. Shit. All right. So off of the anti-scarf moment, doggone shame I got the MF and SB adults. You getting in your feelings over some adult stuff that your grown ass should know. Nope, I'm not that woman, not that type of woman. I don't coddle. Okay, so just a recap. She was talking about on page 54. She went into the whole ME stuff, and remember that's that Sumerian. When you see those Sumerian gods, or they call them Assyrian. Sometimes they'll say Assyrians on those clay tablets. You see them with the nappy beards. You know, the long nappy beards and the long hair. And they carry in their little purse. Those are the MEs. Okay. All right. So she went over that. Sorry. On page 54 and 55. And she was just putting also in here the content that how these Anunnaki beings, they were not these mystical sky daddies. Okay, they just had technology. So if you're waiting on a sky daddy to come save you, child, I don't know what to tell you. You be better off waiting for Jesus. Because you know how y'all like to down Christian folks for waiting on Jesus. Or Jesus. But yet y'all waiting on Sky Daddy and them to come save you. And Sky Daddy and them are the colonizers. Okay. So, let me see where we left off. Yeah, we talked about Inanna. If she was all such with this intuition and these special psychic powers, why didn't she know that she was being set up for a lick? As you youngins say, a lick. Okay?
You know, and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
She's a goddess that's worshipped in the Wiccan community.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. We're going to get into another goddess tonight. You know what, Randy? You wrong for that. I'm not even fencing to repeat that. Okay. All right. So we talked about that. Yeah. Okay. So they just on 57, she was just saying that in contrast to telepathy, we have two interactions in which an Anunnaki gets precognitive information emerging during a dream vision. The first one, certainly true, is the Moonsy's nightmare after we talked about that too. After he committed violence, the R word against his sister, nasty ass. And that's another thing. I keep pointing out, it ain't like me personally pointing it out, but the Sumerian Text keep pointing out to you all who these Anunnaki beings were. They are a bunch of shit starters. So how I'm finna look up to a bunch of beings that all they did was fight each other, go around the galaxy, taking other people's stuff and enslaving them, misusing the resources, terraforming, and not only do they fight each other, I mean, on down to the individual family. You aren't your relatives. So, what is there for me to be sitting up trying to worship? Okay, son, you should be out now. Sis Sandra, I'm fencing to unmute you. And that I may have unmuted you all in the wrong. Brother Sean, that might be you with all the background noise.
I wasn't even here.
Okay, I apologize in advance. I muted you in advance wrongly. That wasn't even you. I'm sorry, sis. Okay, so so what is it to look up to these folks? Okay. So he done his dirt against his own sister. She predicted from the dream that their older brother Marduk would come rescue her and would accuse the Moonsy of the act against her, a very serious offense among Anunnaki, punished by exile. So, you know, I do have to at least give it to them that at least they had a system in place to deal with people that do crap. The quote black community got so out of hand, stuff like that'll happen, and people be trying to justify it or brush it under the rug or don't say nothing. But I'll move on. All right, so that's the only indication that what the author is saying of some type of psychic ability that she's seen. So we're gonna go into the next set, and I'm just gonna skip past this. I think we went over this. I don't know what happened to my marker. Yeah, only fool copper aborigines. Only fools worship this being, not realizing who they're praising. Exactly. Not thinking for themselves, but screaming in these places with pulpits in them. Exactly. It's just they turned it into another religion. Absolutely. And that's fine if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to rep. That's fine, but you just not going to put this fuckery on my bloodline and on my beliefs. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so she just goes in again, telling how none of these folks had any type of spiritual telepathic skills. All right. I can't remember if we went over. We didn't go over this. I think that's where we stopped. All right.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scotty.
No, I just wanted to say one thing about the telepathic skills because Brother Christopher sent me a screenshot from one of them books, and it was talking about how Inky had collected all these MEs, and it gave him the ability to seem like a god because he was using it for mind control. So the mind control telepathy, they put it in the ME and made, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now,
and then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm like, I keep thinking about these MEs, and I'm like, it gotta be something like they done terraformed and created an artificial Merkaba, an artificial soul, and artificial like some type, whatever we do naturally, like how they terraformed everything. What the technology of them MEs is from us.
Okay. I'm trying to follow you. So you're saying each individual ME is like its own separate Merkaba?
Basically.
Okay.
I'm thinking their creation of these MEs, this technology is their way of artificially creating a soul, somehow becoming a creator. So they terraformed creation.
Absolutely, they did. Absolutely. So they took the organic creation and made an inorganic or false creation.
Exactly.
I.e. terraforming. Yes. Okay. So again, I mean, what's so mystical and special about that? It's technology.
Right. Technology that relies on the original.
Exactly.
It ain't like it's autonomous, like it stands alone. Like we created this on our own and we're using it to terraform. It's like, no, you needed us to make this in the beginning.
Exactly. Okay. So I'm getting feedback from somebody. All right, there we go. I think it cleared up. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm trying to see. I could have sworn and that's my fault. I apologize. I've been trying to find all day where I said we left off and I can't. Okay, that's
maybe different souls in a bag. Right.
Okay, so I'm going to start on 59. Then remains the issue of oracles, of which we have seen some instances of the lives of Anunnaki themselves, such as the Book of Oracles of Enki, a divinity system. We also have the oracle in Hatiland. a person giving predictions such as the famous Oracle of Delphi. When Marduk consulted and whose predictions became true, and about whom we have no details, was he/she an earthling, a demigod, or an Anunnaki? So here's my theory on the oracles, and again, it's just my theory. I think it was the indigenous people of the planet, specifically the women. Okay, they were using them as oracles. All right, now that's just my guess. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, and all throughout Greek mythology, because they put all these little stories in there in the Bible, the Greek mythology, the Indian Sanskrit stuff, the Norse mythology, them they always use those oracles, the Oracle of Delphi, the Oracle of this, the Oracle of that.
Yeah,
and let them make a movie of it. It always, if it ain't a melanated woman, they'd have it with red hair or locks. It'll be all white, but they'll be locked up or something. So yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just guessing on that. Okay, so the complex problem is the in that capacities, together with the gift of direct prophecy, will be exhibited by numerous earthlings, such as the great women oracles in Greece, Delphi and Dodona, and the prophets of the Old Testament, such as Jeremiah or Ezekiel, endowed with prophecy and visions. And many predictions of these oracles have been duly recorded and were proven later to have been real instances of precognition. So, in other words, she's saying earthlings have been able to predict the future, but Anunnakis ain't been hitting on nothing. So the first such instance of psychic is with Eve, the mother of Cain and Abel, who had a clairvoyance vision of her son being taken out by his brother. She rushed to the spot only to find that Abel had already died. However, the fact that earthlings will exhibit psychic capabilities doesn't establish that the Anunnaki had them and that they were transmitted to as through them. I don't know what she mean by that, but even if we have inherited the DNA of the Anunnaki royals, making most of our genetic makeup, these psychic capabilities could reflect a leap in consciousness or mutation triggered by the mixing and binding of two genomes or triggered by the fact that our own DNA became more flexible and adaptable, more prone to mutation and evolution. So I thought that was interesting that she's saying those that are of the Anunnaki created bloodline, because remember, thus far you have three known creations. You have Adam and Eve, Adapta and TT, well, the two known creations. But then you also had the indigenous people of the planet from North America. So there were three sets of genotypes on the planet. And then if you want to include the Anunnaki, which was the fourth when they were down on Earth. Okay, so she's saying with the Anunnaki creation, so that would be Adam and Eve and Adapa and TT, that maybe that bloodline picked up some of these psychic abilities based on either a mutation in their DNA or just adapting. Okay, and I'm just going to throw in there, I don't know, maybe it was some mixing of indigenous people of the planet. I don't know that. Okay, but nonetheless, the people of the planet, whether it's the indigenous people or the Anunnaki creation, had something that the Anunnaki did not have, and that's psychic ability. All right. Nonetheless, it is now proven that our rate of random mutation in the hominid/human species, which has been calculated, will never be the level that Darwin's theory of evolution through chance mutation would necessitate to explain our extremely rapid evolution.
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I know something else that the Anunnaki don't have. Empathy. They don't have empathy and sympathy for people.
Well, I guess, people gonna counteract that and say, well, Enki did. Because remember when Enlil wanted to totally wipe it out and Enki went behind his back with one of the delusions, and he went behind his back and told Noah, to get his people together.
1 in thousands is not very much empathy. I mean, as a culture, as a group, they don't have it. And if they created so-called humans, then the humans would have just what they programmed into them. And so therefore the humans would not have empathy either. Maybe this is why some humans are trying to eliminate other humans, because they lack the empathy or sympathy necessary to care that they get rid of folks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sis, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Like Enlil, he had no empathy or sympathy.
He didn't give a damn.
No, and we got these people now in power that acts just like that.
Right, which is why I keep pointing back to bloodlines, and why I consistently say, okay, somebody got something in the background. Y'all gonna have to kill that background noise. So somebody's running YouTube. So somebody mute. Or I'm just gonna go through and just mute everybody.
I don't know. Is it me? I don't have any.
Okay. All right. All right. Sorry. I'm going down the line. Okay. Let me see. All right. Not Sean. Okay. It was you, Scotty. All right. So let me unmute Sean. All right, Brother Sean, you unmuted whenever you want to.
So back to that thing, you have so many people willing to sacrifice people, willing to cannibalize people, willing to steal off the youthful energy from them. They don't care. And I'm trying to figure out why they don't have, if you don't have sympathy because you're not that person, why don't they have empathy at least?
Because it's bloodline. It's in the genes, which is oh child. It's just, that's why, to keep my sanity, I keep my circle extremely small, because I'm not finna be getting my pressure up over just basic shit. When your grandmama and them used to tell you, be careful who you have children with, they meant that shit. They meant it for a reason. It's bloodline.
Right.
If you come from a bloodline of degenerates, and we get together and have children, there's a 50-50 chance that that child is going to be a degenerate.
That's true.
So that's why I say I don't go by people's skin color. Because you're brown. I base you on your actions, how you move. What are your values? How you take care of your family? What's your ideology? It is bloodline. And if you pay close attention, you will knock a lot of people out the park.
Yeah, a lot of people will be eliminated because, even if they're trying to eliminate the father or the mother of the unempathetic person, they still had children. So the cycle start all over.
Exactly. And why it is important, and we don't even teach that anymore, because Granny and them show in the hell said it. I remember, my grandmother and them saying it. You be careful who you have children with. Hell, even my mama said that. Be careful who you have children with. And folks don't even teach that. Oh, such and so look good, whatever the case may be. You don't know what demon seed that person have if you're not, quote, quote, doing your due diligence. This is bloodline level stuff. I consistently say that. I'm consistent. I cannot look at you and say, oh, that person's cool because they're melanated. Now, I can feel your energy. And all I have to do is sit back and watch you. Because number one, you gon' tell me all of your fuckery anyway. Just naturally, you gonna tell me that. Then I'm gonna watch your motherfucking actions. And then you gonna slip up and tell on yourself. But those are the due diligence we are supposed to be doing. Instead of just laying down having children with people. This shit is serious. Do you understand you're bringing souls in this realm? You have to cycle with them souls for multiple lifetimes. You're responsible for those souls. I've been consistent in this shit. I ain't just woke up out the bed and said that. I've been consistent. This is serious shit. Because it's about bloodlines. And folks don't even take it serious no more. We even got to the point, I think we talked about it on this show before, that remember back in the day when you had to get a marriage license, you just couldn't walk up and say, we want to get married. Where that blood work at? Run me that blood work. That was when my parents got married. You had to get blood tests. Now that was just to get married. Think of how many people are having children. Not only are they not getting married, although marriage don't guarantee a goddamn thing nowadays, but there's no type of thinking about what line of their people are from. There's none of that thinking. Yeah, there's a bunch of mixture of bloodlines on this planet. And even if you don't believe a word of this Anunnaki stuff, you got to know in your soul that some shit ain't right. You got to see that the generations that are being born, the fucked up ism that keeps going on. Because you have bloodlines that's mixing and just people just straight up not giving a damn. They just don't give a damn. And then people want to turn around. Oh, well, what's wrong? What the hell you mean, what's wrong? You know he a degenerate. You know she's XYZ. You know mental illness runs in that family. If you didn't know, goddammit, you should have known. But now we're basing shit on other stuff. Yeah, like Copper Aboriginal said, he cute or she fine. What somebody's body parts look like. What they pockets look like. This is bloodline shit, family. It goes back, it's ancient, it's spiritual. You are responsible for what you bring, what you create in this realm. You're responsible for that. And you have to not only carry it this lifetime, goddamn it, you got to carry that shit multiple lifetimes. So it's deep. It's really, really deep. And folks still running around talking about the Black community. And it's still not getting it. Still not getting how deep this stuff runs. So that's why we have no empathy. Yes, it's linked to the conditions of the Black community, but that's linked to the way folks are having children, who they're having children with, and no regard to having children. With fucked up bloodlines, and I'd say get your demon seeds. Get your goddamn demon seeds that you done leashed upon the world. So I know that was off script, but it's the same thing that rings true. You know, when folks want to act like they don't understand this stuff, but grandma and them was right. Be careful who you have children with. And they would even go so far and say, you know, such and so them. You know, that family, you know, they crazy, girl. You know, and they even named a specific family member that ain't right in the head. Grandma and them used to tell you that. They wanted to know, well, who that person people is. You just couldn't roll up on, especially on their daughters. You just couldn't roll up on their daughters just because you think you look good with a little bit of change. No fucks was given on that. Now you who now? Who your people? We got to check you out. Fuck all of that. So this is serious business. It is very much so serious business.
But you know, we have so many psychopaths who have taken control of the world, and they are eliminating people at will. They don't care who you are. They don't care what feelings you have. If they want to put you in a place where other people are dying so you can catch what they got and die too. I mean, it's just over the top what we're dealing with. So they're either psychopathic or they're not natural to this planet. And they don't have...
Or both. How about both?
Both. I'll go both. But
all of that could have been eliminated if folks were on their game. And like Copper Aboriginal said, spiritual warfare, people for our destruction, and y'all not paying attention. Youngsters getting pregnant or impregnating, dropping seeds. JBP said exactly, lie detective apps are essential, testing maternal and paternal bloodline as far as one can go. Yes, I agree, Copper Aboriginal. Shouldn't allow her to roll up on your son either. He hasn't been taught. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree.
Well, they should put that in the political world too. The people who run the place, before you elect somebody into office, they should take some psychological testing.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about that. Let's stick with family.
Well,
I don't give a damn about that. Let's stick with this family stuff. Yeah, absolutely. It should go both ways with the men also.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It should go both ways.
There's some crazy folks out here nowadays. Have you heard how many mothers are killing their children like, good grief. Are you serious?
Right. This is serious business. This is all spiritual at the end of the day. And the decisions you make, you gonna own up to it for multiple lifetimes. So again, I don't judge people by oh, you melanated, you cool. Oh, you look good, you cool. Oh, you got a bag, you cool. No, motherfucker, I'm getting all in your business. I'm watching your values. Don't think you can run up on me and we finna be hugged up and coupled up. No, nigga, I got an interview process, goddamn. Ex-wives, baby mamas, children, goddamn it, I'm interviewing everybody. And if you come up dirty, your ass is out. And the same can be done for me. I got my motherfucking references together. People go more through buying a home or even going to get a 9-to-5 than they do with checking a motherfucking mate. Who you call yourself hugged up with, kissed up with. You talking about creating a life? Nah, motherfuckers, let's get to this interview. Here's my motherfucking application. And don't think you gonna put somebody in front of me that's a front person, because nigga, I'm gonna find out. I'm a hell of a researcher. But before I even get to the point of the references, you done talked yourself out of it anyway. You done fucked up with your mouth and you can't even remember, well, damn, why she don't want to be bothered? You can't even remember what the fuck you done said or did that then knocked yourself out. Yep, I'm just that fucking good. I was taught well by the OGs. Ain't nobody got it to give, nor am I playing. I don't co-sign bringing degenerate demon seeds into the realm. Nor coddling and co-signing they pappy. I ain't the 1, the 2, or the 3. So yes, there are degenerate people. These are different bloodlines. That's why it's degeneracy going on. And folk want to keep sitting up here mixing these bloodlines and then scratching their head like, huh? Oh, okay then. Y'all keep on thinking you want to put the white man as the tainted bloodline. Keep right on with that. Meanwhile, Hannibal Lecter running amok in the motherfucking black community. Y'all keep on with the fuckery, because you gonna live that for multiple life cycles. You brought that demon seed in this realm. All right. So, let me make sure Brother Sean ain't trying to get back in. All right, Brother Sean, hit me up. I think I unmuted you, so whenever you're ready. And son Scotty, I'm gonna do the same for you if you done got your muting situation together. Okay, so I unmuted you all both whenever you're ready to come back in.
All right. Maybe it was the volume. But
oh, it could have been. No, there you go again.
Noise?
Yep.
Yeah, you can just put me on mute.
Okay then. Drop in the chat when you want to put something on it.
All right.
Okay. Dag, I don't know what's wrong with his volume. Y'all be knowing how this technology is. Okay, so all right, so we went over that already with the Anunnaki not worshiping no gods, this, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada. Make sure I'm missing any other things. It was something I wanted to go over on this last little point. Oh, A last point about the Anunnaki not worshiping any gods, but believing in an underlying harmony in the universe is that this would, initiate synchronicities, that is, meaningful coincidences, as described by the famous psychologist Carl Jung. Only the existence of such an underlying spiritual force would explain psychic capabilities, implying information coming from future or being shared or received at great distances, as in telepathy and clairvoyance. In my recent theoretical book on cosmology and cosmic consciousness, called Cosmic DNA at the Origins, I've posted a hyperdimensional of consciousness pervading the cosmos, a fifth dimension of the universe, and all systems from particles to human beings to stars. What is this? The SIG, I don't know what that is. The SIG dimensions is made of all systematic fields of all systems and all the selves, the spirits of each intelligent person, whether human or alien. It is filled with faster than light virtual particles through which individuals can share information quasi instantaneously, and may also have influence on biosystems such as healing. Okay, so with all that said, she's basically really talking about energy frequencies broken down by particles, and how you can pick up those frequencies and create things, or you can come together as collective consciousness and create things. And she's saying this is across multiple solar systems. Okay, so that's basically what she's saying. All right, so what we finna to talk about we are going to get ready, you all that's into the Bible, get ready, honey. Child, get ready to cut your pearls, because now we in the blackout on human nature of God. With what we have gathered about the Anunnaki and the Sumerian tablets depicting so many similar events to the Genesis text, albeit in a more detailed fashion, it is now impossible not to consider the Sumerian Anunnaki's involvement in our origins. And these Anunnaki clearly stated that they had come from another world, and that later on they fashioned the human earth-born species by genetic engineering. Moreover, we have to accept the evidence that the original Sumerian text tablets, translated word for word in about 6 different ancient languages. Blink 75 times. Let me go back over that. Moreover, we have to accept the evidence that the original Sumerian tablets translated word for word in 6 different ancient languages, including Akkadian, mother tongue of the Hebrew, are definitely the source of the Genesis book. Blink 75 times. The 3 scenarios for the writing of Genesis. All right. Based on my research, there are 3 possible types of scenarios as to how the account of the book of Genesis above the creation of humanity and their early times came to be. Okay, type 1. A near immortal Anunnaki recounted to a chosen scribe the story as he experienced it with his own world vision of what happened through the tainted glasses of his Semitic field. Of course, the identification of Enlil as the deity of Genesis is hardly debatable due to the fact that he is the main protagonist as a Lord God. In several cornerstone events, and during these events, he acts, thinks, and speaks similarly in both the Sumerian tablets and the book. In this scenario, then, the deity of the book would have dictated an account to his chosen scribe and priest. Right? So she's saying that's scenario or possibility 1 of the writing of Genesis. This is 2. Second scenario.
Remember?
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Remember Inky had a scribe?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, ma'am. And the Lost Book of Inky, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so this is scenario 2, possibility for the writing of Genesis. An earthborn scholar, the thinker, started to study and mull over the Sumerian tablets and decided to rewrite an account of early human history in Hebrew.
King James.
Yeah, and I think even before that, because King James just rewrote, he just put together the Bible, but that's not even the original Hebrew text.
He's not even in the Bible.
Yeah. So I will call these the scribes versus the thinker scenario. Okay. So you got the scribe, the 1 scenario, type 1 is the scribe that was hired. She gives the example of Enlil, but as Sis Sandra also said in the Lost Book of Inky, it is said that Inky had its own scribe. Okay, so the second one is a thinker that was able to translate the Sumerian text and decided to translate it into Hebrew. Okay, in the first case, that of the scribe, he would have recorded the words of God as many theologians believe. In the second case, the thinker, he would have concocted a history of the early times based on the various Sumerian and Mesopotamian tablets. Okay, so Bible folks, again, your Bible come from the Sumerian text. But let's continue. Let's note that the present historical trend is to date the writings of the early biblical texts to the period of the captivity in Babylon following the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar in 586 BCE. And that would have provided the Israelite scholars with access to the ancient library of the very knowledgeable Marduk and of Babylonians' lineage of kings. Certainly a plentiful one in terms of ancient Sumerian tablets, cylinders, and other such lore. According to the anthropologist Carol Delaney, more conventional scholars disagree, as she does herself, and set the 2 oldest strands or sources in Genesis prior to the Assyrian destroying Israel in 722 BCE. The J, I'm sorry, sis, did you have something?
Yeah, before you go on to change the subject, Nebuchadnezzar was mentioned in Daniel. Remember, they mentioned it in the last week when we were talking. And you know that statue, the Emmy back and that Anunnaki god? I remember when Nebuchadnezzar was changed into a beast. He was changed into a lion. And he had the same wings, just like that Anunnaki god.
He had the same what?
Wings.
Oh,
They have,
wings.
they have a statue of Nebuchadnezzar as
Sure
a lion.
do. Oh, that's Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
I never knew that. Well, you know, I don't argue with people in the Bible now, cause but okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, and that's in Iraq, I think, right now.
Mm.
On that garden, that big old garden they have in Babylon.
You mean, oh, okay, I'm not going to go there. Okay, I'll be silent. Yes, ma'am. It wasn't a slight at you. I'm just pointing out, we keep talking about the Iraqs and them stands.
No, we won't go there, but yeah, they have that statue of Nebuchadnezzar when he was a lion, and he had the wings just like that Anunnaki god.
I did not know that. I did not, and I know exactly. I could see it in my head clear as day. Matter of fact,
it came to me this past week. I said, "Oh, that's the wings of that Nebuchadnezzar statue."
Let me see, winged lion. Oh, I really wanted pictures of it. But you want the Assyrian one, right, sis?
Well, I think it's in that Babylon stuff. It's not. I don't know if it was Syria or.
Oh, I found. Oh, you ain't got to worry, boo boo. I found it. I done found it because this is exactly the one that was in my head. As soon as I bring it up, you're gonna be like, "Yep." Okay, so let me hold on, y'all. Let me blow this up. Child, I didn't know who that was. Let me bring up blood. Just a second.
In the desert, I remember they said that was him as a lion.
Crap. I just had it. Okay. It's coming up, y'all. Because y'all know y'all you get it a little delayed. But as soon as it come up, y'all gonna be like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Let me see. Trying to see it on my other computer to see if y'all got it yet. Okay. Yep, there it is. So, sis, I'm not sure if you can see it.
Not yet. It's not up yet. It'll come.
Okay. Okay, because it's on
oh, there it is.
Yep. This what you talking about.
Right.
So you saying this is Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
And you see him with that nappy ass beard.
That's when at 7 years they made a relief of him. They said when he was a lion, a beast. And that's his relief. Yeah.
Child, you done learned me something. I didn't know that was blood. I didn't know that.
And he's a lion, right? Look at it.
Yeah, he's a lion. He did. Cause soon as you said that, I knew what picture you was talking about. I'm like, wait a minute. That's Nebuchadnezzar. What? Yeah, I knew exactly what you were talking about. Child. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I think he looks pretty good, huh?
Girl, now that I know the history of all of this and how deep these bloodlines run, I ain't finna lie, honey. I be side-eyeing niggas with thick beards. I be looking at them motherfuckers like, I pass. I'm good.
But you know, Daniel was a captive of that breed. He wasn't part of that breed.
Who?
Daniel, who wrote the book, who said that who translated the dream of King Nebuchadnezzar. He wasn't part of that bloodline.
So he wasn't part of the Hebrew/Israelite bloodline?
Not that one. If Nebuchadnezzar is not a Hebrew, he's a Babylonian.
Right, but that's still that same bloodline.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Why are you telling me okay? Prove to me that it's not.
I know that they saved Babylon.
Who saved Babylon?
Enki and Enlil. They saved Babylon, remember?
Okay, all right, I'm with you on that. Okay, I follow you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The only city that was left. The indigenous people they killed. Now the history has it that the Israelites were taken into Babylon as captive slaves.
Okay, so you're saying that the Israelites were the indigenous people of that area.
Slaves, yes. Babylon. That's what the history has.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because you know I do not know the Bible like that. So isn't Noah part of that same bloodline?
Of the Babylons? He was, yeah, I think he was, because he was in Ur and the Chaldeans, the Ur Chaldeans, which is, I guess that would be part of that line, but he left. That's all I know. I can't tell you no more than that.
Okay, so the Israelites, they're not a part of Noah's bloodline.
That said, the Babylonians are not.
Okay, but
I mean, if you were going to go back to who's a cousin of that person, yeah, you could probably look them up right there. I'm sure we're all related in some way if we're all the same people.
Right, but I'm just trying to, because we know Noah was an Anunnaki.
That's what you say.
No, it's not what I say. It's what the Sumerian Text say.
That's what it says, yes.
Right. Yes. So my question again is, are the Israelites tied to Noah and Abraham's bloodline? Because if they are, then the Israelites are a part of that Babylon bloodline. But if they're not, then they're not.
Well, all I know is they were taken captive by the Assyrians at Babylon. And this Indians here in this country are of the Native Americans are Assyrians. And that means they are Babylonian.
Okay, yeah, the folks calling themselves Native Americans today. Yes, okay, we understand all of that. I ain't fast forwarding back up to that point.
That means that's that Asian bloodline. So I can't really.
Okay, I see where you're going. You're saying that the Israelites are the indigenous people of those areas on that side of the world, and they were taken into captivity by Noah, Abraham, them people.
The Assyrians, by the Babylonians.
Yeah, because Noah and Abraham and them, they are a part of that bloodline. There's no getting around that. It is. They called out in the Sumerian Text.
Yeah, that's what they say.
No, it's not what they say.
I'm just repeating. I wasn't there. I'm just repeating what
No, and I keep saying that because you can't prove your point with the text that's based off of the older text.
I'm not proving this off of the Bible. It's not in the Bible that says all this. What I'm saying.
But it doesn't matter if it's in the Bible or not. Does it predate the Sumerian tablets?
What I know about Nebuchadnezzar, you just gave me the year, and then that was the history that they have recorded over there in Babylon about him. They have texts over there about Nebuchadnezzar, and that's where I got it from, not out the Bible. It's in the Assyrians or Babylon's history that their king Nebuchadnezzar was changed into a lion.
And we're not even disputing that. All of our wigs and locks are blown back by that. We're not even disputing that. I'm just saying.
Their Noah, yes, their Noah obviously is that same bloodline.
Exactly.
You know what? I will go with that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he is. But you're bringing into that the Israelites were really the indigenous people over of the lands over there. I can rock with that. Actually, you making a hell of a lot more sense than folks talking about all that shit happened over here. No, you could correct that. Now, what you just said makes sense, but that would mean that the Israelites, people running around here calling themselves Israelites and Hebrews, that would have to mean, if what you say is true, that they're not tied to Noah and them bloodline, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That particular, see what happened, what I think, there's two Methuselahs, there's two Lamants, they had two of everything, they called them both that. I think that what the Anunnaki did was recreate their story of what the creation was, using the same people's names. Now that's what I'm thinking, because there were indigenous people there who had their own texts and they had their own lives. They destroyed those people.
So where did those indigenous people come from? Because
they were already here.
Okay, so they were here 450,000 years ago with the
before the Anunnaki.
Okay, so
before the
Anunnaki. So slow down.
Yeah.
Where are you getting that information from? Because only ones we know that was here before the Anunnaki were North America. So I'm trying to see how you tying the Israelites to North America.
Well,
I love this shit, y'all. I love it. I love it, and I do this for a reason, and that's okay. That's okay. No shade.
Well, they were all over the planet, as you know. Indigenous people of all kinds were all over the planet, right? I also know by what I was just listening to Curry Mayo.
Okay, so back up. You got to prove your claim. They were all over the planet. What is your source that they were all over the planet?
All the stuff we've been learning from the minute I walked into the room with you 5 years ago.
Okay, so give me a source of all over the planet. Give me a specific source.
Well, they were in England, they were in Wales, they were in Ireland.
And give me a time period.
God. The Mayans were over here before first civilizations even came. Okay, we got the Aztecs. We got
okay, so
you can tell what did they call them?
What specific text tells you that the Mayans predate the North Americans?
I have to say they predate. Well, yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay, sis. That's okay. It's a process. It's okay.
I have to think about it, because the Olmecs predates the Anunnaki probably as well. So I don't know when the Mayans walked here on this planet. I really don't. But I know that they were labeled as the earliest civilization. I know if they're way beyond 450,000 years ago. You know, I would say over 2 million years ago, because they found skeletons over here and in South America that predates the Anunnaki.
Okay, so you're saying South America predates North America?
Well, North America has skeletons that were probably equal to South America. I mean, you can't separate the land from the north from the south, because we're still joined together. Okay. So, so there's wanderers. There were a lot of nomads walking around here,
Okay, so let's go with the theory that over in the Americas, in which, I already know that. I'm agreeing with you that the civilizations over here in the America are older. Now, help me to understand what they got to do with over in Africa. Tie those two together. What they have to do with the Israelites
in North America?
Oh, how did Israelites become North Americans?
So is it? Oh, it's the title. Isn't it a title?
Hmm.
Isn't it a title?
What's the title, Sweet Pea?
Israelites. Isn't that a title?
I didn't come up with that title.
I didn't
Everybody
come up
else.
with that title.
Hey,
I didn't come up with the
I'm
title
just
either.
giving back to y'all what
It's a
you say,
title.
that Hebrews, Israelites, that happened over here, and I'm saying prove it.
We have customs over here. They say it's similar to them. So I'm just saying the title Israel was given to a man, and people have taken it to be a people.
Okay, and I'm with you on all of that. But what that got to do with title, people, what does that have to do with the Americas?
Well, Hebrew means just to cross over.
So if it means to cross over, where were they crossing from?
Well, there's certain places they cross from. They cross from Bering Strait. They crossed when the world was.
They crossed from the Bering Strait to where?
To the Americas.
Okay, so how did all of that happen over here first? Listen, if they had to cross over?
This is my theory. Not the Bible. It's not the Bible. This is my theory of some of it. What is the name of the book? I can't. My son used to read it. It was an anthropology book. I can't remember the name right now. I'm sorry. They came from the south of America. They migrated up and over to the east. That's what the theory. That's where the Phoenicians came from. They come from the Mayan culture. They come up. The Aztecs. Where did the Aztecs come from? I mean, they said that the Indians over there in India came from outer space. Maybe these people came later. I don't know.
Well, all I'm telling y'all is up in this Sumerian text, they told y'all when the Anunnaki came over to the Americas. I gave you your chance. You said you was guessing. I'm just going on the oldest text, the Sumerian text. They told you exactly when they came over to the Americas, and they said they came to Mesoamerica. So where is Mesoamerica?
That's Middle America.
Mesoamerica is Middle America?
Yeah. But
it's not, whoa.
I said they have skeleton remains.
That's not what I said. Mesoamerica is South America.
South America and North America. That's Mesoamerica, isn't it? Isn't that what they call it?
No.
What they call Mesoamerica?
I already told you.
What is that?
I'm not finna sit up here and argue with you.
But what I'm saying is the indigenous people were on this planet before them other people came here.
We are in agreement with that. I'm telling y'all, you have to prove that the Hebrew Israelites were already over here on American soil as indigenous, and y'all can't prove it.
Well, they do have things down in Cusco, Mexico that shows that they were there.
Didn't I just say South Mesoamerica is South America?
Well, that's America. They named these places. They named this North America. They named it Central America. They named it South America. But it's America.
I know all of that. I am telling you, out of the Sumerian text, y'all keep telling me maybe so-and-so said this, maybe that. They tell you specifically when the different bloodlines cross over to the Americas. They tell you South America.
When the different bloodlines crossed over to the Americas, they went into South America?
Yes. And then it spread out. Just like somebody in the chat put, damn, I'll have to scroll back up. When they were talking about how in the 1400s, Damn it,
Well, I didn't
somebody.
know that. They landed in South America. Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
You know, all them pyramids.
I'm saying that our people were in the Americas for over 2 million years. They have that.
And I'm not, we actually in agreement with that. I'm not arguing with you over that. I'm arguing the point of Israel was already over here. No, Hebrew was already over here as indigenous people.
Oh, you talk about the Huguenots. That's another sect of people.
Child.
I think that
Again, I'm just telling you what people keep throwing up. And they have yet to prove it.
I'm telling you, I was just watching for Mail. I respect his research. You know, maybe it doesn't match those professors, one or two professors that wrote their understanding what the Sumerian text says, but there's lots of I don't understand Spanish like he understands Spanish, but I respect his research, that his stuff is just as valid. And they have copycatted what we were and are. And I believe the Sumerian translations were probably a copycat of who we are as people.
Probably so. Hey, I can't argue with you on that now.
Because if they came 450 years later, 50,000 years later, and we were 2 millions before them, then they copied our stuff.
Okay. I'm not arguing with any of that. I think somewhere it got lost in translation in this conversation that that Hebrew Israelite stuff being indigenous over here, and it's not.
They probably even copied that. I'm not even certain of how that title got started over here, but I do know there's some artifacts over here and some customs they got off of the relief down in South America of our Mayan culture, our Brazilian cultures, and all those cultures that copies what they copied from the Hebrew. It is identical.
Okay, so that means what?
It means that the Anunnaki probably plagiarized in their Sumerian text.
Oh, okay. So now the Anunnaki plagiarized everything.
Because they were the later coming people.
Oh, okay.
But didn't they create writing and religion?
That's what they give credit for. That's what they give them credit for.
So who do you get credit for creating religion? Because whoever created it is fucked up. Whoever created it,
that's right.
It's fucked up. It's used to control people. Whoever created it. So basically, what you're saying is all the Anunnaki did was come here and plagiarize text. Other than that, indigenous beings are responsible for everything that's fucked up.
Yep, because that's what you would literally have to say. Bingo. Absolutely, Brother Sean. Because you can't have one without the other.
So, no disrespect to Caramel. But does he not always give praise to the Most High Creator?
I don't know what it is.
You know, and you know the name, and you know the name he says and everything. You respect his research, remember? So I'm quite sure you hear him when he gives praise to the Father, to the Most High Creator. Haya.
No, he said Hawa.
See? That bam. Did I not pull it out of her, Sis Rhonda?
He said
at first she was confused, as to what I was
Sipping my
talking about.
tea.
Wait
And
a
you
minute.
mispronunciate the name, and bam, you correct
Wait a
it with
minute.
the information
I'm going what
instantly.
the book, what they said they have, what he read out of the book.
Yeah, I already understand what he said the book said.
Right.
And now you're saying what he said that the book said. Ain't that religion? Ain't that regurgitating something you heard?
It wasn't in religious books. So.
That religion is regurgitating what you hear.
Well, these people here that he was quoting, a lot of his studies come from the.
Yeah, I understand all that, but religion is still fucked up, is it not?
From the conquerors who was here.
No, you cannot have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways.
You can have recorders who conquered this place to record.
No. You said
no,
that the Anunnaki stole the indigenous people of America's stuff. Did I hear wrong?
No, I said they more than likely copied what the indigenous people
stole, whatever the case may be.
Ain't copy plagiarizer?
I did say that they probably plagiarized. I said that.
Okay, so ain't plagiarizing stealing? Can you turn in a term paper and not quote sources that somebody else has used? That's called plagiarizing / stealing.
That's what I just said. They probably.
Okay, so if if the Anunnaki stole from the indigenous people of America, that means the indigenous people of the Americas are responsible for all of this fuckery. You can't have one without the other.
Okay, you say the same. I'm not going to argue with that. I just said that the conquerors wrote in their own text. A lot of Spanish conquerors wrote in their own text what they found when they got here. Columbus wrote what he found.
Okay, beautiful. He wrote what he found, just like the Anunnaki wrote what they found. So what they found was fuckery, religion, colonization, patriarch. That's what you're saying. You cannot have one without the other.
That's what it is then. That's what I must be saying.
Oh, okay, well, cool. Okay, then, well, cool. So what the fuck people complaining about?
I'm not complaining.
This is why I was very clear.
Indigenous people are not perfect, obviously.
No, we far from perfect. We started it all. No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. We gave the Anunnaki the blueprint to take our shit, to set up a patriarch, to put people in slavery, to colonize the planet, to terraform. Because you can't have one without the other.
Well,
so we cut down the giant trees and all that stuff.
They probably did that because they had the tools and technology for that. They may have had them too. Who knows?
So if they had the tools and technology, you mean to tell me they didn't have a way of putting together a system?
Well, they had a way to put together the system too, the way they wanted it.
So we were religious and they came with technology. And now technology and religion that's governed by them has us fucked up. For hundreds of thousands and millions of years, religion has never helped us.
That's true.
But we created something as creators before there was any colonization.
They were warned against
as divine creators. The best that we could do was come up with religion because indigenous people make mistakes too.
Well, you know, the Aztecs were sacrificing.
Because they was worshiping them Anunnaki gods. But, fuck all what they were saying up in the Sumerian Text.
And don't Mayan mean illusion?
Huh? Don't
Mayan mean illusion?
I don't know what Mayan means. I can't say that. I didn't learn that.
Sis Rhonda, don't mind mean illusion.
Yeah, it does.
So anyway, they came here with their advanced technology, but 450,000 years after we were here for over 2 million years. So we had to have something going on over here. We weren't just walking around in grass cloths and feathers on our head. We had mounds, we had all kinds of stuff here.
Oh, the same mounds that were domes and stuff from structures that the Anunnaki and them created?
What domes are the Anunnaki created?
Were you present when we was going over
I know they
all that stuff?
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's it. But anyway.
It seemed like everything that we talked about here just went out the window, and all you know is what Caramel said.
And
no.
I'm okay with that. You know,
Me too. I'm fine with that.
But no, I just want to put on record with Brother Caramel. He's still my dude. I just don't agree with that.
Well, you may not agree. I may not agree, but I quoted the source. But I'm just saying that I had the Athena. It's a book called the Athena. That's what it is. That says how the civilization spread out. And when I was taking anthropology, they were talking about how the civilization spread out. They have all that stuff in books, but
the same books that they lied to us about in all their schools. The information that they didn't understand and stuff that they still trying to figure out to this day.
You said we stayed in the Americas and nowhere else. But we can't
I didn't say where we stayed. All we're talking about is the fact that what they said. I mean, if we was every place else, then why would we be complaining about being colonized?
Exactly. What's the complaint? And maybe that's actually the story, that we just straight up full of shit.
So we made up aliens and all type of other shit, and gods and devils and everything.
You guys are reading that right now. So this planet was terraformed 450,000 years ago.
But we gave them the blueprint to do that.
We created religion. They didn't. So we're the ones that deified. We're the ones that deified them, right?
Huh?
So we're the ones that deified them, right? We made up Yahweh and all these.
Still deifying them. That's the problem. They came as gods. Remember in the history.
But who's deifying them?
They have them on statues of the astronauts on the pyramids. They put them up there on that. They got telephones. They got computers. In the books that I remember reading, they call them the ancient astronauts. That's what they called them. They didn't call them Anunnaki. They called them ancient astronauts.
Okay, and
that's what stitching
just
up.
One from the sky. So
that's true.
That's okay. But what they got to do with, they stole everything from the indigenous people.
Well, when I was reading about the Indians and when I was a kid, they used to say the Great White Hope came. The Great White Hope came. So what is came? Where did he come from?
I don't know what book they talking about. I don't know any of that.
They used to call him the Great White Hope.
Okay, because I don't even know how white is in this conversation.
Well, that's what I used to
because white didn't come until way down the line.
He was a bright person,
Oh, okay. You're saying like a light being.
Yeah, like a light being.
Okay, but still what they got to do, whether it was Casper them, Anunnaki them, Inky Linky Binky them, what they got to do with, they came in, stole all of the knowledge, the blueprint to colonize the planet from the indigenous people.
Well, they probably used their laser guns on folks. Because they have laser areas where they've been lasered up and destroyed it forever. So
okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, so the explanation of how the Hebrew Israelites are over here in America is because really the Anunnaki and them stole the indigenous Hebrew Israelites shit that was already over here and took it and colonized the planet, and plus on top of that terraformed. That's how the Sumerian text is based on something that the Anunnaki stole from the indigenous Hebrew Israelites over in North America.
I'm about to take it back.
Okay, I'm just being clear. Okay. Okay. Hey, that's your theory. Not sure how it's being backed up by anything, but okay. You have a right to that. Okay.
That's like with Caramel and Khan dropping them, the whole Prester John thing. This, that, or the other, Utah, Judah.
It's
The
words.
whole semantics with wordplay.
Exactly. It's words. Like stuff can't be renamed over and over and over again.
Exactly what I say they did.
No, we're not talking. We're not even inserting you in that conversation. Exactly. But where's the proof?
The thing is, what is that doing for us as a people to tie all of that together to say that they plagiarized this, that, or the other? We know from present day, the fact that these people have stolen our names, this, that, or the other. But how many times have people's names been used and attributed to fucked up shit? Now, just because we know that they played a name game and steal identities, because identity theft happens to be number one.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that we have to accept everything negative that comes along with it? Couldn't all that shit possibly be something that they've done under those names and attributed it to those quote unquote indigenous people that were there? And what do those indigenous people over there got to do with here? All that shit is wrote about in the biblical text happened recently. This wasn't shit that happened 450,000 years ago. And everybody in the damn universe was melanated, not just on Earth.
Right.
So there we go, falling in love with that melanated skin again, and not the energy that's behind it.
And the bloodline. Yep.
So people can have their quote unquote Black utopia. Anybody can wear a melanated skin suit in 3D, period. All of that shit is three-dimensional. We're supposed to be in some new age above and beyond that. But yet and still we're holding on to text that we're supposed to be beyond to identify us and be our savior.
Exactly.
Don't none of that shit identify me. Period.
That part.
I don't give a fuck if you talking about Prester John, Judah, Utah, whatever goddamn names you want to run together that sound a goddamn like. Until you can show me where my bloodline is party to any of those fucking contracts, I gives no fuck about it, where you place it and who you place it with. It ain't got shit to do with me. So anybody can be what they want to be. You can be responsible for religion. You can be responsible for all this bullshit. I ain't copping deuces to that. I ain't responsible for none of that bullshit. If you want to be responsible for it, correct it or pay for it. Because just admitting that you did that shit ain't you correcting it. Because you still wanting the shit to go on. So obviously you ain't swept around your own doorstep because you're taking credit for fuckery that has nothing to do with you. Or maybe it does have to do with you. But that's your burden to carry. I ain't carrying around nobody's guilt. I ain't saying I did some shit that I didn't do and would never do, because that is some fucked up shit. Because look at what's happening to these babies. Look at what's happening with these so-called inoculations and all this type of shit. Now all of a sudden, all of this is our fault. Not motherfuckers who came with technology and cut down giant trees and melted rocks and done all these fucking resets that they done. No, all this time, it's been us. So I guess we created the white man too. I guess we're Moors also, since we're everything else, because everything in that Bible ties back to the Moors, the elves,
you gotta
and all
add
this.
them in there. Exactly. Can't leave them out.
So, I mean, with that being the case, we might as well take it back to the Galactic Federation, and we're all just one people. And the sooner we all just get in a big circle and stick our fingers in each other's ass and say kumbaya, the better off we will all be. Because obviously there's no difference between us but technology. Interesting.
Okay. All right. So that public service announcement has been brought to you by Brother Sean, with commentary provided by Sis Sandra and Sis Rhonda. Thank you for joining in the yard. I mean, I couldn't have said it better, and that's why, you know, we keep jumping on it. I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker. Now you're not finna lie on my mama in them womb. If that's your people's stuff, I don't know how many times every week I have to come in here and say it. If that's your people's stuff, rock with it. But I'm like, Brother Sean, I ain't taking on none of that shit. Not taking on the title of Hebrew. I'm not taking on the title of Israelite. I'm not taking on the title of Moor. I'm not taking on the title of African American. I'm not taking on the title of slave.
No.
Because I understand when you do that, you have associated energies with that. I understand that there is karmic debt associated with that. Inky Pinky Linky them, Jesus them, they're not my gods. They're not my bloodlines. I don't rep them. Now, what anybody else want to do with them and their bloodlines, that is their business. I wish you all the luck You're up to 450,000 years waiting on these motherfuckers to correct your situation. Good luck with that. I'm out. All right. Okay, so let's continue. All right, so we talked about the two scenarios. The first one, now they're talking about the writing of Genesis. Okay, the first one, either the Anunnaki them, the sky daddies, the ones from the sky, either they had their own scribes to do it. That's scenario number one. Or number two, somebody decided to translate, a thinker decided to translate the Sumerian text into Hebrew. Okay? And I find it interesting that everybody want to hang their hat on Hebrew when that's not the earliest writings. But, oh, okay then. Oh, okay. Now, knock yourself out. Okay, so I will call that these scribes, let me get over in the light. I will call that these scribes versus the thinker scenario. In the first case, that of the scribe, he would have recorded the words of God, as many theologians believe. In the second case, the thinker, he would have concocted a history of the earlier times based on the various Sumerian and Mesopotamian tablets. Blink 75 times, blink 75 times. But fuck all of that. Now fuck the Sumerian tablets, fuck the Mesopotamian tablets. Fuck that. This other information, that's the truth. Based on what? Oh, okay. Let's note that the present historical trend is to date the writing of the early biblical texts to the period of captivity in Babylon. Okay, we went over that, so I'm just going to skip on down because I was getting to the good stuff. But I told y'all, folks going to get hot up under the motherfucking collar. And get ready, I ain't even got to the part where you fencing to be hot. I ain't even got to that part. Let me shut up and hurry the fuck up and get to that part. Okay, so the oldest strands or sources in Genesis prior to the Assyrians destroying Israel in 722 BCE, the Yahweh strands authorship would happen around 922 and 722 BCE, and the second, the Elohim strand around 848 and 722 BCE, Delaney says. The last dating thus makes a clear distinction between the sentences having the Elohim meaning gods plural as subjects, and those attributed to the deity Y singular. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. So if Elohim means many gods, and that was before the deity Y, which meant singular. Blink 75 times, blink 75 times. Oh, that's a discrepancy right there. Okay, now I'm fencing to continue. Let's fencing to continue. However, my method is to analyze the semantic fields revealed by groups of words, that is, the specific worldview of their author. As I have shown through an in-depth semantic analysis of the Garden of Eden text in the DNA of the Gods, there are two distinct semantic fields interwoven in the Genesis text, reflecting values. The values just keep coming up, y'all. Worldviews, beliefs, behaviors, and dogmas that are totally distinct and pertaining to a widely different culture and epochs. One is clearly in accord with the ancient Sumerian tablets and state facts and events in an informational, detailed manner without judging. I call it the informational framework. The second Semitic style is loaded with moral judgment and is intent on attributing responsibility to earthlings while defending what is deemed as just and righteousness. Wrath of the deity, thus giving plausible reason for the punishment he imposes on them. I call it the moralistic framework. Further on, we will analyze other texts such as that of Babel Tower. In such a manner, everything gets clarified once we have thus separated the two distinct Semitic fields or layers of the text pertaining to the two different persons and cultures. Moreover, the story of Lot will reveal yet another thinker/narrator harboring a similar moralistic framework worldview, albeit with such a distinct psychological profile and teaching style that I will be led to call him Narrator 3. Thus, we have to consider a third scenario. So just real quick to break down what she's saying. She says if you look at the Sumerian text, it is informational, it's detailed. If you look at the other text, that's when you get into moral judgment, responsibility of what the earthlings should do, how they should serve and follow the higher being or the God. Okay. All right. So here's her third thing. Type 3. There has been a first version in accord with the Sumerian tablets, and much later on an editing of this text by a priest belonging to a faith ensconced in a strict moralistic worldview. Additional editors/narrators of a much more recent period of history could then have wrought an editing of some text or could have inserted new text. Okay, so again, she is giving you, I just want to remind you what we're discussing. She's giving you 3 scenarios of the writing of Genesis. First scenario is Anunnaki them had their scribes. So they gave them the get down on what went down, and that's how the you might as well say the Sumerian text came to be, and how Genesis, that information was translated to Genesis. The second one was somebody took the Sumerian text, the thinker, and translated them themselves. What she is saying is either way, when you look at the Sumerian text, it goes into much more detail, and it goes into it from an informational standpoint. But when you look at Genesis, it's getting into it from a moralistic view of what the beings, the earthlings, how they should be worshiping the Anunnaki beings or the God. And the God Yahweh, which that wasn't really even the case because they had Elohim, which means plural, many gods. But nonetheless, and the final one was that the Sumerian tablets itself, someone had edited it.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure thing, sis.
The Catholic Church did a lot of stuff to change a lot of books.
Yeah, we know that.
So they play a great part in creating whoever they want to do for the planet to worship, because the Catholic Church controls every religion on this planet. The Pope is the father of all religions. He wears Jewish, he wears Christian, he wears them all. And he says he's the vicar of the world. So they have most books hid under the, well, they had them, I don't know if people are taking them out. They had them hid in the Vatican underground. So to keep the people from knowing truth, they hid it. The Catholic Church.
Okay, so what time period did the Catholic Church come into play? Just trying to put it into contents what we're talking about, or context, rather, what we're speaking on.
Well, it's the Roman Catholic Church. They would come out about the 1800s.
Okay, yeah, so at a much later date, right?
Yeah, so they took.
Okay.
I think the King James Bible is counterfeit anyway, myself, because they have a lot of things in there that is part of the Catholic regime, I think. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, but no, I'm not disagreeing with you on the Catholic church stuff. So again, that's why when I be like going in browbeating, where you get that from? Where the receipts? What time period? Who is we? I'm doing that for a purpose. Because if stuff has been remixed, you gotta prove to me how what you're saying is supposed to be the truth of the truth.
Well, James was over here in 1611 when he wrote that Bible, so he came just before that.
Right, and not disputing any of that, but we talking about folk that's running around here saying what people's bloodlines are based on what? All right, so let's continue. Damn it. All right, we talked about that via type 3. All right. What we see in the book is the depiction of a male god with marital psychological traits, bent on giving commands and punishment, prone to anger, and whose interlocutors are selectively male, apart from the rare instance. Now let me sip water, clutch pearls, and as that YouTube content creators say, I just loved her little saying. I hope that sis is okay. Let me clutch my pearls and gather myself. So now, these folk with their male god and anybody that they put on to the game is pretty much male. Did they get that from the indigenous people as well? Of the Americas? That was on the planet millions of years? Did they get that from the indigenous people?
The matrilineal people.
Oh no, we couldn't have been matrilineal though then, right? None of that could be true, right?
I mean, no, couldn't be. I mean, they still trying to steal the rights through the woman, which meant matrilineal. All the power, all creation got to this realm through that divine indigenous womb. I mean, they spend so much time after it in so many ways, trying to be like it in every other way. But you would make something that defiles the very essence of what you are. For what purpose? I mean, we had millions of years of a good life. And then all of a sudden, life was so good. We just decided we wanted to be deranged and ass backwards. I mean, even without quote unquote God powers, I just can't recall a day that I got up and just said, let's see how fucked up my day can be.
And I'm going to purposely cause it to be fucked up. Let's just be clear.
Exactly. And I'm going to start the day off with pouring bleach in my eyes.
Well, goddamn.
I'm just saying, if we gonna whitewash everything, we might as well start with bleach in the eyes.
Shit.
I'm just trying to figure out where in this experience that, I mean, I've done past life things. I've done the spiritual work. I've done Bufo. I've done Campo. I just come back from a grandmama ayahuasca ceremony.
You mean that ancestors didn't pass that information on to you?
No, I don't remember stressing through a past life regression, trying to put that to an end, where I just decided to be this sick, tormented fuck. I just didn't have that to deal with. So I'm just saying, through my personal journeys.
Right. I understand.
And conversations with my higher self and putting things into perspective and honoring my contracts. It's nothing like that in my fucking stories. So I can't agree with that. I can't cop to that. I can't say that I'm a part of that and that I want to be a part of anybody who wants to be a part of that.
And then that's where I have to separate. And not
no, that's where nature separates.
Well, child,
that's where frequencies separate.
Child, clutch pearls. Child.
See, people can have whatever they want, but just know that it's frequencies that come along with that. Absolutely. We say consequences, but those frequencies and that energy will be the consequences because it determines what your reality is going to be.
Right.
So I just can't cop juices that low.
I understand.
I can't see the true divine feminine copping juices that low.
No, I already told you what y'all can do for me.
Now, to me, that sounds like beings who lack empathy. And that was described as who not having empathy. And it's quite a few of them other beings, as we have read, that lack empathy. So, I mean, it's a whole conglomerate of hybrids other than just the Anunnaki.
Agreed.
I agree.
And as we know, as many have stated throughout different texts, that bloodline in that book is theirs.
Child, I ain't copping to it.
So we know that their bloodlines ended up on every goddamn piece of land here.
Yep.
We know that their children are so-called royals, the elite, this, that, or the other. I mean, if you gonna cop to that bloodline, why you can't call up one of these politicians and look out for your boy or someone time? Know what I'm saying? If you in the bloodline, why you out here getting fucked up going through the shit you going through?
Why are you not benefiting from being a part of that bloodline?
Right.
It's basically what you're saying, which I said from the beginning when we started bringing out the stuff about King James and them. Because remember, everybody wanted to rep King James and them. Oh, that's my people, this, that, and the third. Okay, that's fine. You know your people did some fucked up shit. You can't have one without the other. And I literally said, if those are your people, you would know that they're your people because you would be put in the position to be benefiting.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I'm just crazier than the motherfucker. Maybe I'm just crazy.
Unless they was on the end that they don't claim. You know, they was of the bastard children.
Right. Whatever the case, and if that's your bloodline, rep it, do you, boo-boo. But you fuck up when you try to bring the they and the we. Wait a minute, motherfucker. I'm not in the they and the we. That's your people, your bloodline. Stick with it, roll with it, do you. I don't understand what proof you have that that's your bloodline. I don't understand the proof that you have that all of that happened over here. But okay, you roll with that. But I'm not repping none of that shit. A couple people in the chat said Queen Ottawa, but we have to remember that the Sumerian is older text in the Bible, was redacted by King James copies to make the Matra religion of the Catholic Church. Child, they don't give a fuck about none of that, Queen Ottawa. I literally said to people, you have to bring me something older than the Sumerian text to prove your point. No one has done that yet. Now I am getting, but the Sumerian text is plagiarized. Okay, plagiarized from what? Because everything that y'all repping is the plagiarization from the Sumerian text. No, that's called logic, Queen Ottawa. They know that the Sumerian text is older. But either they fucking ignore that point, or, it's not accurate at all. Okay, so that means your shit ain't accurate either, bruh. Because your shit came from that shit. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
It's when people want stuff to fit into a certain narrative. They just look for things to support that instead of getting it on a whole.
Exactly.
Now, let's say that those certain events could have took place within that certain time frame. What does that have to do with what happened all of those hundreds of thousands of years before that? Now, the later events were set into place because of what they did back then.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be this damn story. We wouldn't be going through none of this if the Anunnaki and the Draconians and them not do what they do. We wouldn't be going through all of this if it wasn't for the El Anu Treaty, which were treaties from quote unquote aliens. That ain't has shit to do with the indigenous people. When them motherfuckers decided what they were going to do and split up because they were technologically advanced. Exactly. I mean, that sounds simple to me.
No, it can't be that simple. JBP says, just like people of ancient times had a king and / or president, prime minister, etc. Well, how's that working for you? Child, clutch my pearls. My pearls raggedier than the motherfucker at this point.
It's the same old, in a different era with a different dress on.
Exactly.
We've been proving that time and time again. It's the same fucking script.
The same script. And shout out to nephew Antoine, says they avoiding truth. They ignore, and Copper says they ignore the Sumerian text. Like I said, you got to bring me something earlier. I don't want to hear about brother so-and-so's book, brother so-and-so's video, and that's no disrespect to brother so-and-so now. I hold no ill will or intention against those folks. We just don't fucking agree. I need receipts. I need something, at least give me something shit around the same time period. Exactly. They advanced technology didn't make them smart. Exactly. It didn't make them smart, nor did it make them into these mythical beings. It was technology. But okay, I continue on.
But sis, if you think about it, like go back to that Clash of the Titans. They basically sitting around crying and shit. They not worshiping us no more. They don't fear us anymore.
Right. We see it over and over and over again. Well, let's go down there and fuck with them, because I dare you not worship us. But fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. Because it had to come from the Hebrews. All truth had to stem from Hebrews. Because that's basically what y'all saying.
So, Atlanteans, Lemurians, no other people that's ever been spoke about has anything to do with anything but the quote unquote Hebrews. Ain't no more Canaanites, ain't no more Moabites. Ain't no more nobody else. So ain't no more Africans, no Ethiopians, no Mexicans, no nothing but Hebrews and Moors.
Right.
The children of Israel.
That started over here and propagated across the planet.
Right.
Okay. All right. So they talking about these beings having their male worshiping, their male god. We see a unique and lonely God without spouse, family, or descendants, one who doesn't seem to reside on earth but in heaven, and appears definitely more and more immaterial without a body, or needs immortal omniscience and omnipotent. He stands as far as can be from the feeble humans, his creatures. However, that had not always been the case. Even in the book, for example, he was attracted by the smell of roasted meat when Noah made an offering on Mount Ararat, when the deluge flood started to recede, and he accepted a princely meal offered by Abraham on the way to erasing Sodom. Now, I'm not a Bible person, so this coming about the Bible. So the Lord was partaking in meat. The Lord liked the smell of the animal flesh. So the Lord was on his way somewhere, and one of them Hebrews had some ribs on the motherfucking grill. And he smelt the ribs and said, "Can you give a brother a plate? Can you pack me up a plate?"
Right.
Oh. Okay, then. I can't stay at the cookout. Tell your family them I mean well. Can you package up me a plate and have somebody run it on out to the spaceship for me? Oh, okay then. As some biblical experts noted, a repeated allusion to the fact that he is not the only God comes from one. His insistence in saying he is the one and unique God. Which would make sense. If you the only one God, why the fuck you gotta keep saying it? Don't sound like he was confident that he was.
He couldn't really say that when there were multiple gods.
Oh, well. You and I know that ain't what religion is teaching. When he warns his people not to follow other gods, of course. Exactly. The many times the plural Elohim, lords, plural, gods, plural, is used in sentences where it can't be a royal we. Also noteworthy are are two instances in the book in which a clear pinpoint reference to other gods and his son is made. In Proverbs, sorry y'all, we going into overtime because I want to get folks hot up under the collar, baby. We'll be ready for next Thursday to get back with the swinging. So I want to get to the part to get people hot up under the collar because goddamn it, I ain't there yet. I'm almost there. I know people hot already.
I can tell.
Also, absolutely, Zadok, one of the pharaohs, I think Akhenaten, started monotheism. It was originally polytheism. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, but now you got to ignore all of that. You got to ignore all of that, beloved. You got to ignore all of that. Okay. So also noteworthy are two instances in the book in which a clear pinpoint reference to other gods and his son is made. In Proverbs, who has ascended up to heaven and descended to? What is his name and what is his son's name, if thou can tell? So they give in Proverbs chapter 30, verse 4. And then they say in Psalms 97, chapter 97, verse 9. For thou, O Yahweh, art supreme over the whole earth. Most supreme art thou over all the Elohim.
That's just a mixture of two.
Don't Elohim means?
More than one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just, it's poetic license, I think, Really.
Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. Let's continue. Thus, above the commandments handed to Moses, so she's getting into stitching now. The first 3 commandments establish monotheism. So right on time, Brother Zadok. Proclaim Yahweh as Elohim of Israel, the sole God, and prohibited the making of idols and their worship. I am Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt have no Elohim, no other Elohim besides me.
This is really cool.
Let's continue. Exactly, plural.
Mm-hmm.
One thing is sure, the ancient patriarchs, such as Abraham and Moses, were communicating with him and receiving his commandments, and he was supervising them quite closely. Abraham had face-to-face contact consisting of a guest meal offered in his tent, which lasted all afternoon. So again, the Lord show was getting his eat on, had a plate of ribs delivered out to the spaceship before he jetted over to fuck up Sodom. Okay, now he was chopping it up and had a little meal sent to him where he could just snack on that all afternoon. So the Lord was getting his eat on. So let's go. Abraham, still with his Sumerian name at the time, just the day before the deity destroyed Sodom and 5 towns of the Sinai plain, as well as the spaceport, sees 3 men arriving at the door of his tent, whom he recognizes immediately as being divine, his Lord, and 2 emissaries. The Hebrew name Malachim. Okay, and I still want to know if everything happened over here. So where was Sodom? Where are all them other places?
First, I think it's all mixed up in that book, the way they have it written.
Okay, so
it has to be for the geography.
Okay, so I'm not going to read over this other stuff. I'm on page 66 in case y'all want to know where I'm at. This is The Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy. This is the book. All right. Okay, so just paraphrasing, pretty high level. She goes into Abraham addressing folks as lords, and him once again setting up food and stuff, being a great host, okay, to these God guests. All right. So it was interesting because she also went into talking about how Moses. I am going to read this part. In contrast, as we see in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 11 through 15, with Moses on Mount Sinai after the flight from Egypt, and she's saying 433 BCE, the deity will not want to show his face, nor anything that could reveal his human nature. You and ye refer to Moses and emphasizes mine. The mount was engulfed with fire, engulfed with fire reaching unto the midst of heavens. And there was a dark cloud and thick fog. And Yahweh spoke until you from inside the fire. Ye heard the sound of the words, but the likeness of a visual ye saw not. Only a voice was heard. When Moses asked, show me thy face, the deity answered, thou cannot see my face, for no man can see me and live. And when Moses insists, please show me thy glory. Go and stand there upon the rock. I will cover with my hand until I have passed by, and I will then remove my hand, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times.
You know, when I was studying theology, I found they have 66 books of the Bible, right? And there were 66 authors that wrote that. So not just one person wrote it. And
right.
I think they were actors and drama queens and
drama queens,
theorists, dramatists, you know, all kinds of stuff. And they were poets. And they wrote all kinds of stuff, because a lot of it, if you put it together, doesn't even make sense. So that's why I said plagiarism, you know, copying what the indigenous people had already out here. They just copied and made it their way. And it doesn't make sense. James was the author of the Bible, but he wasn't the writer of the Bible. He commissioned it.
Right, we know that.
Yeah, and so they just did anything.
Right, so I'm blinking 75 times on the fact, what the fuck you mean? Go on and stand up on that rock. And I'm going to walk past you like this, and I'm going to turn my motherfucking back. So, all right, Rhonda, show me your face. Huh? I just turned off my camera. What, motherfucker? All right, I'm going to turn back on this camera, but you going to see the back of my motherfucking head, my back and my ass. Oh, okay.
Some places he had hands and some places he didn't have hands. So,
yeah, ain't that Antoine a finesse game strong? I wish a motherfucker would.
But
Go stand on the rock. I ain't gonna stand on shit, bitch. I said reveal yourself. Now you up here giving these motherfucking commands. Who you be? I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But wasn't the book of Enoch originally a book in that book of books, and it was removed?
They had 777, somebody said.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, if the Anunnaki story was originally part of it, and people decided to remove that, and then make the Hebrews the central focal point, I'm just saying.
You gotta ignore that too, Brother Sean. What the fuck you talking about? That was plagiarized too. You gotta ignore that. You gotta ignore the Sumerian text. You gotta ignore Enoch them.
Yeah.
But the Hebrew, that's the shit right there. That shit right there. That shit right there, ninja. Oh, that's the truth.
I think
even though
it's not a book, is it? Is the Hebrew a book? I think it's a language.
Yeah, we know it's a language.
So why do people keep calling themselves a language?
Child, clutch raggedy pearls. Sip my tea.
Because it's just wild to me. I don't care what language somebody spoke. You see all different nationalities over here speaking English. You see pale faces all over the planet speaking indigenous languages. So what do it matter what come out somebody's mouth? It's your blood, it's your DNA.
Yep, it's your bloodline. And Nuwa said, Po Nuwa, he stay being censored. Because I'm not, I'm not deleting your stuff. I'm reading or whatever. I want to say that the Hebrew are the bloodline that mixed with us. Well, we know that Roman bloodline, which is tied to the Hebrew bloodline, is across the entire planet. And it came across the planet through the Y chromosome. So, yeah, I'm not even disputing that. I'm not disputing it at all. And yeah, it was a lot of mixing going on. And that's why I said earlier, which you probably weren't here, why it's important that we should be taking serious who we're having children with. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, damn it, where was I at?
There is a book called Hebrew.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
It says, what I'm still wondering if you have all these different bloodlines, what classified a certain people as Hebrews anyway?
They ain't my people, so I ain't even fist to set up and lie.
I mean, what is it? It's because they all hung out in the same area, so that's what they decided to call themselves. So if we gonna stick with this 3D paradigm, I guess in the future, the Crips will have been a nationality.
Oh my God. Oh
the
my
Bloods
God.
will have been a
reading each other's
nationality.
mind. Yep, because that's exactly what I said. So fast forward 1,000 years. If you was a Crip, that's your bloodline. If you was a Blood, that was your bloodline.
Oh, my people was Crips for thousands upon thousands of years.
Oh, but you know, I'm old school. Grew up in the Shy. So if you was a GD, that's your bloodline. If you was a Vice Lord, that was your bloodline. Sorry, Mexicans, I can't remember y'all particular gangs.
We still getting caught up in names and titles. I mean, why do we have to be described to anybody? They the ones that had to start labeling stuff.
Right.
We are one people, allegedly and supposedly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is everybody seeking to be different? Even those that say they want to be accepted.
Right.
Like, let's take the LGBT political party, because that's what I'm talking about, the politics
they have turned
behind
into a political party, yes.
You know, people, your personal life should have just been your personal life. This is about politics, y'all seeking to change the laws, this, that, or the other, censor people from being able to talk, and actually trying to wipe out classes of beings that have always been. If you wanted inclusion and just wanted to be looked upon like everybody else, why go through all that to establish and say that you are better than everyone else? Can't nobody say nothing that offends you. Period. But anything and everything can be said against the rest of us.
Right, everybody else.
And because of the politics involved, we can no longer claim to be what we are without offending someone else. So I'm just.
And it's also simple because I don't mind calling somebody whatever they want me to call them. That is your right. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but what anyone is not finna do, and I'm consistent with my message. You're not finna tell me who I am. You're not finna tell me what my mother's womb produced and what her mother's womb produced, and so on and so on and so forth. That you're not finna do. Go on and be happy with whom you are and keep the shit moving. This shit is simple. But see, folks, again, they don't want to stand in their own decisions and their own true sovereignty. They got to have a gang. They got to form a gang. And that's okay, form your gang, but motherfucker, when I say I ain't being initiated, I mean what the fuck I say. It's simple. Because I understand what I affiliate myself with is tied to energies. So I am safest and more accurate affiliating myself with my mother's womb. Sorry. Not sorry. So, Nuwa says, nah, I was here. I need a blood test before I get the nookie. Child, let me tell you. All of these diseases, y'all would be some damn fools. Y'all ain't strapped up, running around, screwing this and that. No, I'm good, player. I'm good. We're literally talking about people's life. Carrying something on your back for fucking life. The planet is literally telling folks to fucking be responsible on how you procreate. And people still have no fucks to give. Keep on having no fucks to give. I don't want no parts of it. Queen Ottawa says, no one knows the author of the Torah. King James authorized gave his stamp of approval to a plagiarized story of people that did not exist. Chow sips water, clutched this set of raggedy pearls. All right. So, child, I still ain't got to the upsetting stuff. I'm about to get to it. Evil laugh. Okay. So, the fact that the deity is conscious of his effort on people is a self-admission. Why? Said unto Moses, so Yahweh, behold, I shall be coming into thee in a thick cloud, enabling the people to hear when I speak to thee, so that in thee too shall have faith. Nevertheless, the deity decided that he would be an unseen God, having no face, especially human, and only a silhouette. Sounds like the motherfucking Wizard of Oz to me. Sounds like the wizard behind the curtain to me. It seems, nevertheless, that only latter excursions forbade to represent or conceptualize the deity as having a body, and thus likeness to his creatures was withheld. I'm sorry, Exodus. This is in dire anonymity with the creation of man, as the Elohim of the book stated their intent. Let us make the Adam in our image after our likeness. As a little girl, I got kicked out of fucking Bible study for that one.
You know, they can't even find these people's graves and bones. They can't find nothing. And so, it's true. They made people up. All these authors of that Bible just made up names. And then if you do it in other languages, it may have sounded like Hebrew or Hebrew to them, you know, when they're talking. And so they wrote it down like that. Every language has a different translation of what, you know, it really is once you change it over. Most of these languages. But they don't know where Moses' grave is. They don't even know where the cave that Abraham supposedly buried.
No, all of that happened over here, right?
I don't know if it happened all over here or not, but some of that stuff they say is over there and over here. But I know that civilization started here because it was in 2 million years prior to these Anunnaki that do that. But I don't know where. I mean, they said they was over there, and we looked at the stones over there where they said they had their landing pad. Because I did research over there. I forget the name. It started with a B or something. That pad is over there. You know, in that book from Noah. Inky. You know, the Lost Book of Inky. That pad was over there in the Pakistani area over there.
No, sis, all of that had to have happened over here.
But you know what? That part was, I think that was out of cement. Cement was made during the Roman time. When I was looking at it, I said, is that stacked stone or is that cement? Because the Romans created putting lime in mortar to make cement. Mm-hmm. And so that place like the Colosseum, they're cemented. Where our ancestors didn't have cement in those days. So the Romans did that. And I had that I heard that in a video I had for another guy.
But yeah, I've heard that before also.
Yeah. So it's mixing. It's not a good enough story to be real to me.
It's mixing the dope.
Yeah, it's mixing.
It's not pure. So that's all I'm saying. You just got to prove your point to the story. But real quick, Zydok says Eber was a man. I don't know if it's Eber or Eber. Was a man. Eber. Okay, Eber was a man. That's where the word Hebrew comes from, according to the Bible. He's in genealogy in Genesis chapter 10, verse 21. Thank you.
That's true. And it means, Hebrew means to cross over or from the other side. It's a word. It's not a people.
Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. See, it's some people that's really about that life with digging into these scriptures and stuff. And y'all know I don't even rep the Bible like that. I don't know it like that in the backstories and all of that. I just know that shit didn't make no sense to me.
Yeah, it's not so.
You know.
I think what they did is, like I say plagiarize, I maybe use the wrong words, but I think they came and used the indigenous people artwork and the stories they maybe said around the campfire. I don't know how they did it. And they took what they saw us doing and how we were living and made their stories out of their own text, words, whatever. And they copied us. They got that ME, I bet it has our stuff in it.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, some of the stories of Moses, like the one where he held up the stick and put the cross and the snake on it, they use that in medicine today.
Right, but didn't that go back to the Sumerian text?
Yeah.
Okay, but I thought the Sumerian text copied all of they shit from the indigenous people of the Americas.
After they copied us, I just say they copied all of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so and like I said, the last part when I was a little girl, I got kicked out of my fucking Bible study for about because I said, wait a minute, what is in our image?
Well, somebody
So
said they.
I'm just saying, even as a little shorty, you could none of that. No, that shit didn't make sense to me.
Well, you know that the author says they were men, right? But
Don't wait a minute. What would you mean the author say? Don't your motherfucking Bible say they were men?
Let's make man, you know, they said that. I guess so. If the man looks like us, but you know, the super soldiers say they were like lizards. So you know.
Let's continue because I want to get to really getting people upset because I know y'all probably already hot. Some of y'all. Yahweh and his spouse, Azarah. Know some of you people that really about that life, that do some true studying, that shit ain't new to y'all.
Yahweh is an explained
Yahweh and his old lady.
That's funny. I never knew his man.
AKA spouse Azarah.
That's funny.
New archaeological data have unearthed a very ancient site in Israel, in which an antique inscription engraved on stone spelled Yahweh and his name Azarah. Historia magazine video documentary on the monotheism art, and they're giving this date published on May 14, 2014. For the archaeologists on site, it was definitely an ancient engraving, and it clearly spelled that the deity had a wife, the goddess Azarah. An interesting point raised by the historian Gerda Lerner in her book, The Creation of Patriarchy, concerning this historical shift to a sole God religion, of which the book is the basic building block, is that the emergence of Hebrew monotheism takes the form of an attack on the widespread cults of the various fertility goddesses.
Babylonian.
Let's continue. Thus, she remarks about humanity's origins. The divine originator of human life, who in the Sumerian story was the goddess Ninhursag, and she puts in Paren Ninma, is now Yahweh, Father God and Lord. Lerner points out that predominant among the great goddesses was Azarah, the fertility goddess, whose symbol was a stylized tree, such as the tree of life, and whose cult, which was popular in Israel during the patriarchal period, took place in groves of trees. Andre Lemar thus devoted an article to the question called, Who or What Was Yahweh's Azarah? And yet we know how Yahweh, or she says why, was mercilessly crushed and suppressed whoever is still honoring the great goddess, whose cult represented by all logics a reenactment of the art of creation by Nenma, because of Azarah's symbol of a tree through his godly wife, Azarah. So the Lord had an old lady. The Lord had an old lady.
That's the first time I ever heard that.
Symbolized as a tree, the tree of life.
Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. In the same vein as Ellen Pagel states in the Gnostic Gospels, quoting the text discovered in Nag Hammadi, the demiurge reigns as king and lord, but is not God, in the sense that he is not ethereal. Just a human king, as in Leo is the commander of earth. The Gnostic demiurge is full of pride and aristocrat, prone to forget that he has a mother of a higher spiritual status called wisdom, Sophia in Greek. In one text, he boasts and exclaims, I am Father and God, and above me there is no one. But his mama, or it says mother, hearing him speak this, cried out against him, do not lie. And called him by his, whatever his original name was. Ibal-debuth. So that's coming up out of the Gnostic text. So in other words, his mama heard him with that bullshit lying, probably trying to spit game to some woman. Yeah, baby, you know I own this, I got this, I got that. I own this over there, I got that. I run this, I run that. I run all this shit. I built all this shit. And the mom was sitting in the background like, this lying motherfucker. Such and so, stop lying with your lying ass. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. But I guess all of that's wrong. All of the other texts are wrong about how patriarchism hit the planet. How there was goddess worship before patriarch. Oh, fuck all that. All that's wrong. Yeah, mama came in and checked that ass. Because that would be me with, if it was my raggedy ass son, think he finna run some motherfucking game on a woman. And I'm in the motherfucking cut. I would have called his stinking ass out too. See, again, I'm not the type of mother that's gonna coddle. And she was nice about it. She just said, stop lying. I would have said, Ninja, you better stop lying before I bust your motherfucking head to the white meat. Go on somewhere with that bullshit. Baby, he's a liar. He's lying. That motherfucker worked on the grill at Mickey D's. Don't let his dust ass run game on you. He's still living in the motherfucking basement. I done gave him a deadline to get the fuck up on out the crib because he didn't have no plan. Although he was prepared very well, baby, don't let him run no game on you. Sweetheart, you seem like a nice young lady. Leave this ninja alone. He's a piece of shit. I'm ashamed of him. I birthed this piece of shit. I did the best I can. Maybe I made some mistakes. Maybe I fucked up. Baby, don't do it. Ninja, you lying. Go sit the fuck down before I bust your head open to the white meat. That's what real mamas do. They don't let their sons fucking run game on women. I wish the fuck a son of mine would.
In your face.
Nephews, oh, brothers. My brothers know, motherfucker, you know. Don't come to me with no motherfucking cover story, bruh. Because if you on some bullshit, I'm gonna tell it. Don't bring that shit around me. You ain't running no game on no woman in front of me or try to use me as a crutch. I will bust your motherfucking head open to the white meat. All right. Yes, that's why they took the goddess out of history. Hell yeah. Shit. I'd be like, nigga, you said you did what? Blink 75 times, blink 70. Nigga, first of all, you owe so-and-so this. You ain't did shit up around this house. Yeah, we gonna set shit straight. The patriarch is so toxic. Now you got weak ass women. Oh, well, you know, yeah, he's king. He's a piece of shit. But let's continue. Okay, so I pulled some vids, y'all, of Asherah. Oh, shoot. Hold on, because I want y'all to be able to hear it on the phone. So bear with me here. I got to copy this video. I forgot to copy it because I'm going to play it on the other computer. Yeah, all up in these ancient texts with they lying motherfucking stinking asses. And you expect me to sit up and rep they fuckery? You think I'ma sit up and rep the patriarch? No, you out of your motherfucking rabbit ass mind. Nope. Show in the fuck ain't. It's a failed system. I don't give a damn who put it in place. Fuck them and fuck you. I'm not repping it. Bottom line. All right. Okay. I fell out, y'all, when I found out his ass was sitting up there rapping back. I would love to know who he called himself lying to, and the mama standing in the background and checked his ass. And be like, oh, Mom, you always on that bullshit. Yeah, motherfucker, don't be sitting up here lying up in my face to that young lady, trying to ruin somebody's motherfucking life. Shit. Go on and sit down somewhere.
You're funny. I thought I was the only mama like that.
No, that's how I grew up.
That's how I roll too.
Shit, we don't fucking play. And I don't have no sons. I have brothers and nephews. My brothers know today I will bust your motherfucking head open. Don't bring me that bullshit.
My son got mad at me. I don't care.
And they know I don't give a fuck. They know I don't give a fuck. And because I tell them, so you telling me, Ninja, that you comfortable for some other ninja running game on me? Is that what you telling me? Well, no, I'm not saying. So what makes you think I'm going to sit here and let your dust ass run game on somebody else in my presence?
Even if they had a daughter, would they want that?
I brought that up too. No, that's what I'm saying. No, motherfucker, you can't have it both ways now. I'm going to bust your head to the white meat. Now, I don't want to know my sister-in-laws and y'all's business. That's y'all motherfucking point. But when you wrong, nigga, I'ma tell you you wrong. You ain't finna run game on nobody. I'm sorry. It's not right. And all this shit can be eliminated if folks get on their jobs. Shit, that's not acceptable. Be running game on people and mothers you know about it. I wish the fuck they would. You know that your sons are pieces of shit. They don't take care of their children. You let them live in your fucking home, in your basement. That shit's not acceptable. You make excuses for them as they terrorize the community, putting their hands on women, messing with babies. You making fucking excuses? That's not acceptable to me. No, you should be fucking ashamed. I would be fucking ashamed and embarrassed. So yeah, men be getting upset. Oh, you a feminist. Motherfucker, I'll be whatever you want me to be, nigga. But you won't run game on me and mine. I can guarantee you that. And I stand by what the fuck I say. If you a piece of shit, you a piece of shit. If you don't take care of your family, you're a piece of shit. If you fuck with little girls, you a piece of shit. If you're terrorizing the community, you are a piece of shit. Ain't no exceptions. This shit ain't hard. Y'all can make excuses for that bullshit. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't built that way. Sorry. Not sorry. Shit. Fuck you and fuck your dust ass sons. All right. So let's get to this video. Hold on a second, family. Let me bring it up. Damn, let me make sure this is the right one. Sometimes this be taking a while to copy over. Oh, yeah. That's right, Rhonda. All right, let me mute this just in case. Let me make sure this is the right video. Yeah, that's it. So let me pause. Okay. And let me use a little technology. Okay, y'all. So it should be coming up for y'all pretty soon. YouTube. So y'all see the YouTube channel Krieg and Ford. So I'm subscribed to him on my personal channel. But he has Did God Have a Wife? Who was Asherah goddess? And was she married to Yahweh? All right. Let's get up into this. And shout out to the small YouTube content creators. Y'all be really hitting on some stuff.
Today we're going to ask, did God have a wife? Was there a Mrs. God? Well, you wouldn't think so if you've ever read the Bible. But in this video, we're going to look at a few pieces of archaeological evidence discovering items and rituals not discussed in the Bible that may suggest otherwise. And then we shall ask, if God did have a wife, then what happened to her? So, welcome to the story of Mrs. God, and welcome to Creckenfold. So our story will start in 1967 in a cave in Gibbert el-Qom, a cave which had been used as a tomb in the middle of the 8th century BCE. And when examined by archaeologists, a hand carving was found on the wall of this cave. And above this hand carving, there were some incisions in the stone, which on closer inspection turned out to be an inscription. An incredibly difficult to read and somewhat ambiguous inscription, but it can be translated as saying, "Blessed be Yurihahu by Yahweh, and from his enemies, by his Asherah, he has saved him." Now, this is an interesting inscription as it shows Yahweh being with something called Asherah. Now, Asherah, with a lowercase a, is a pole or a staff used by cultists as a focus of worship. But Asherah with a capital A is the name of a goddess, normally associated as the wife or consort of the Canaanite god El, and she had a role of a fertility goddess or a mother goddess. So, what is a Canaanite goddess doing being mentioned with Yahweh? Well, the land of Canaan was the region that the Israelites would eventually take over as part of their promised land. And if you're interested in how that happened and how they took it over, then I'll link you to my Heaven and Hell video above, as that tells the story of how that happened and didn't happen and happened again and didn't happen, etc. And also, if you like the videos I'm making, then please hit the like and subscribe button. It means a lot to me, and it means more people like yourselves will watch these videos, and that will help me more. So thank you very much. Anyway, back to the cave and this tomb where we have this inscription that is a bit ambiguous, referring to Asherah as belonging to Yahweh. So was this Asherah the goddess Asherah or the staff Asherah in being Yahweh's? And does that make Asherah, if it was Yahweh's, his wife or consort? And if it does, it puts a question mark over the monotheistic religion of the Israelites, the religion that went into become Judaism and evolved into Christianity and Islam. They only have one God, and they certainly don't have room for another, and especially not a goddess at that, as it is a very male-focused religion. Well, the story I'm telling continues in 1975 in excavations at Untitled Chapter, which is in the Sinai Peninsula. And there, within a two-roomed building, 2 storage jars were found, pithoi, and they were really large and dated to about the mid-8th century BCE, and on them there were some pictures and hand carvings. And this was a mishmash of art and writing, and that has been translated on both jars, one saying Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, and on the other jar it says Yahweh of Teman and his Asherah. Now, these jars have caused a little controversy, as there's a picture on one of them, which I'll show, that has been suggested as showing Yahweh presenting his genitals. However, the picture shown has often been altered, and it actually should look like this, which shows both male characters showing their genitalia, which isn't really any better than just one. However, not showing the correct image tries to force the Yahweh and Asherah image by less scrupulous scholars, but this isn't correct, and it is now known that the picture is actually a reference to the Egyptian god Bes. And Bes is a collective name for a group of dwarven deities from Egypt. So be careful if you're going to look up these pictures later to study. Now, it's also believed that the image you see on the jars was drawn after the inscription was written, and so the image and writing may be completely unrelated, which is likely considering the perceived topics of each. The inscriptions themselves are like the tomb inscription, ambiguous again, suffering the same problem of identifying who Asherah is. Is it the cultist pole, or is it the Canaanite goddess? So to help us understand this, to find out if there is a Mrs. God, we shall wind the clock back 10 or so years previous, from 1975 to about 1963, and another excavation, and this time is at a fortress at Tel Alad, and this is just south of Jerusalem and was part of Judea, the 9th to 6th century BCE, just before Nebuchadnezzar came along from Babylon to conquer the region. Now, within the western corner of this fortress, archaeologists have found the remains of a Judean temple, known as the House of Yahweh, the only such place ever found which has this name applied to it. And the temple itself looks similar design to King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, and that's the temple which would eventually become the central place of Jewish religion. But this discovered temple was in use between the 9th century BCE and the late 8th century BC, which aligns to the time King Solomon's temple was in use. And this means that it was of a standard tripart design. So these temples had an inner courtyard where sacrifices were made, the main temple, and something called the Holy of Holies. And this is a chamber reserved for the presence of God. It is the most sacred of places, and it represents a place where the chief priest would go to speak to God during very specific ceremonies, like ceremonies of atonement. However, what makes this temple incredibly special and relevant is that within the Holy of Holies here, there are 2 standing stones, one large, one small, and 2 incense stones. And this is interesting because a standing stone represents the presence of a god, And so to have two standing stones would represent the presence of two gods. And there's one larger standing stone and one smaller standing stone represent a male and female god. And if the smaller one is a female god, is that Asherah? Either way, two gods in the monotheistic Israelite religion, again, still doesn't make sense, unless the religion was worshipping two gods. And if it was, why was that? And who was that second god, and what happened to them? Well, before we answer that, we need to go back even further, and this time to the discovery of an ancient city in 1849 called Tel Dan in northern Israel. And within the walls of the ruins, they were discovered 5 standing stones. There's also a standing altar there, large enough for major sacrifices, and close by this altar there was a small tripart temple, again of a standard temple design for the Israelites, matching the temple I've just mentioned. And within this, the archaeologists have found a horned altar, shovels, the remains of animal sacrifice, and also found near there was an olive pressing facility to produce olive oil, which is used for priestly rites in Israelite religion, and a bronze works along with a bronze scepter. Everything here, like the other places, suggests that it was an Israelite site used for Israelite worship. And so this makes the following discovery at a place called Tel Dan even more important. And again, consider that according to the Bible, there was only one deity, a male deity, and you were not allowed to make any pictorial representation of him. So at Tel Dan, within the temple discovered there were 2 figurines found, a male and a female. But there is one more archaeological site worth looking up to help tie up any loose ends. And this is an ancient village site dated to the 10th century BCE, so slightly older than the other ones I've mentioned. And this place was called Tanaka. And within a building there, an olive press was found to make olive oil for priestly acts, and bones, and again, it's used by priests in Israelite ceremonies. So this must have been an Israelite village. And within the archaeological site, something now known as the Tanakh cult stand was discovered. An artistic stand, probably for a bowl of incense, very decorative in a religion that's meant to have no representation of gods. And on the bottom of this is a goddess holding the ears of 2 lions, a lion goddess. And the name of the lion goddess? Asherah. But the most important find was a mould for making female figurines. Almost every household had a figurine back then, even in Jerusalem, and there would have been thousands of them, and many of these have been found. And the figurine is holding a round object. And although there is some contention over what it could be, my view, and that of some scholars, is that it's probably a cake. And the reason for this is that if you apply this discovery to a denunciation from the book of Ezekiel, which says, "Why is it so bad for children to gather sticks for kindling, and for men to make fires, and for women to bake cakes for the Queen of Heaven?" This allows us, with a reasonable degree of confidence, to say that these figurines represent the Queen of Heaven holding a cake. And the Queen of Heaven is also known as Asherah. So we need to ask ourselves, why is Asherah here? She is a Canaanite goddess. Well, it's widely accepted that Israelite and Canaanite religions have parallels, due to them being neighbouring cultures, wanting to occupy the same land. And with Asherah being the consort of El, the Canaanite god, it's thought a lot of Israelites would consider Asherah as a consort to Yahweh. It should also be remembered that before Israel was a kingdom, there was no formal religion-wide control over how worship was conducted. The Old Testament of the Bible hadn't been written at this point in time when Asherah was being worshipped. And localised Israelite cults would have all had their own ways, their own sort of individual methods of worship, which would have also been influenced by those around them, such as the Canaanites. And this lack of mention of these cultist practices in the Bible shouldn't be a surprise. The Bible only tells us what it wants us to know. It isn't an accurate historical representation of the Jewish people. And now we know this through our archaeological journey through some of the Israelite sites. We knew that many Israelites worshipped a goddess named Asherah, a name mentioned 40 times in the Bible. We know Israelites went astray in their worshipping gods, as it says that in the Bible. And then we Add to this the female figures found across Israelite dwellings in the region of Judea and the rest of Israel, figurines we believe to be Asherah, and many have showed these goddess in a naked, generous position representing fertility, something a mother goddess would do. And some of these figurines, if they weren't doing that, were showing her holding a cake, which we know was a gift from her followers. So considering everything, these archaeological finds, the figurines, the multiple standing stones representing multiple gods, the stones that were of different heights, representing different sexes of gods, inscriptions found, the ones in the cave, the ones on the 2 jars, these all add weight to the argument in a belief of a goddess from the Canaanite region, Asherah, had spilled into Judea and the Israelites, and into the belief of the children of Israel. The standing stones within the temple at Tel Adad almost certainly represent Yahweh and Asherah, part of a cult practice of Yahweh, and that included the use of a pole known as an Asherah, and the cult which also worshipped a female god called Asherah, Yahweh's consort, his wife. In effect, Mrs. God. So what happened to Mrs. God, or Asherah? Well, dating these archaeological finds, they appear before the kingdom of Israel was formally created, and the heads of religion based in Jerusalem hadn't yet applied their law onto other people. But when they did, and it was a very male-dominated view, and they wrote the Old Testament, they imposed a stricter rule of worship. No longer were temples outside of Jerusalem allowed. Gone were the other gods, other than Yahweh. It was a stricter monotheistic view. It was enforced. It removed the ability to worship Asherah as part of the localized cults. The areas where the temples were found were declared Canaanite or pagan, and then they were destroyed or abandoned. And it was this that changed the Israelite belief into the Judaism religion we know today. Gone were the beliefs that were a lot more complicated and diverse than the Bible would ever have you believe. Gone was Asherah. And so that is why there is no Mrs. God today. Well, not in the Abrahamic religions anyway. And so, once again, we have a story about religions that change, and change rapidly at times, removing gods, temples and beliefs, all in a way where those who follow the religion today are probably completely unaware. And for those interested in understanding the history of the Abrahamic religions further, then we have an interview coming up later on in November with Dr. Richard Carrier, which is an amazing opportunity for this channel. So please like and subscribe if you don't want to miss that. So I hope you enjoyed that journey through the early Israelite religion, and understanding that actually it was a polytheistic religion. And so until the next video, please stay safe, stay well, and this was Creckenfold.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much. This is Did God Have a Wife? Who was the Ashtoreth goddess, and was she married to Yahweh? I'm sorry, sweetheart, if I know I'm about to butcher your name, but it's off of this YouTube channel. I'm just going to spell it CREGANFORD. So check him out. Thanks so much. I appreciate your work. You did an excellent job breaking that down. So just real quick, I just want to show you all some of the pictures, the statues of the Ashtoreth goddess. And then we're going to wrap it up. Okay, so let me blow this up. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, so that's one of the original goddess statues of Ashtoreth. So Mrs. Yahweh, God's old lady, the Israelites, God old lady.
We went over that chapter one time.
So here's another depiction of her. Okay. Now, remember what we just went over? They talked about her being depicted as the tree of life. Okay, so as you can see, this is depicting Ashtoreth as a tree, or the tree of life, because remember, she's Mrs. Yahweh, or the mama goddess of the Israelites. Okay. And then here's another depiction of Ashtoreth as the tree goddess, or the tree of life. Okay, and they even have what looks like one behind as well. Okay. And then I'll just show you all one more. Right here, they're calling Ashtoreth the Canaanite goddess of fertility. Okay. All right. So we're going to wrap up. I know that's a lot. That's going to have some people's blood hot and boiling. But that's okay. It is what it is. Yeah, Starbucks. Yeah, because it actually, in those pictures, they also have the Starbucks goddess on there as well, or the depiction of the fish, right? Or what some people call a mermaid. Dang on it, I saw it in here too.
That long hair look like a mermaid. Yeah.
I saw it in here. I thought I saw it in here. Maybe I was making it up. Okay. I thought I saw it in here. I apologize. Maybe I didn't. As the symbol of the mermaid goddess. Okay, I don't see it in here. It doesn't come up here. I don't see where she is oh, wait a minute. Yep, I did find something, but it's not in ancient statue. That's at a much later date. Okay, so I can't vouch for that. Okay, so that's that. All right, so son Scotty, you have any last words for the family? Oh, let me unmute you. Are you muted? Yeah, hold on, I see you. All right, there you go. You should be able to unmute. There you are.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was still going to be making the noise on here.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so I mean, no, I don't have any last words.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good tonight though. Especially getting into this last part. Yeah, so I'll be back next week because I think probably because I'm on my phone on the Zoom. I don't know.
Oh, it could be.
But yeah, but as always, it was good family tonight. I hope to continue going into this next week.
Okay.
Peace and love, everybody.
Okay, peace and love, son. I'm going to mute you. Okay, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
All right, sis.
It's been a pleasure. I like the comments. I like all of it. You know, we kind of hash this stuff out because we were just told stories, but the stories don't work.
Yeah, they don't. They don't work. And, you know, it's I mean, people can do whatever they want to do. They can have whatever ideology they want to have. That's their business. I only have an issue when you try to bring it onto my personal bloodline and try to attach all of that other stuff. And then that's when I'm going to start the drill with the come on, give me them receipts, prove your sources. Okay.
One of the things I find out that the ancestors for me are kind and caring and loving and protective. Now, those Anunnakis, they don't have not one drop of that. According to what they're doing on this planet.
No.
That's doing that right now.
Yeah, they're shit starters.
They are. And you read poetry and the love that's poured out in these scriptures. It don't even sound like anybody who's bloodthirsty murderers, and except for Yahweh, of course. They put him in there, really. But it's just very few places in there. And I'm thinking, this is kind of a duplistic person. This is not real. It doesn't match, with what we're reading and what we're learning. It doesn't match at all. Something's wrong. So I know when I was studying it, I know it was all made up. Like I said, 66 writers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something's not right. It's like I said, as a little girl, I got kicked out for simply asking, wait a minute. It says us.
Yeah, it does. And they always they skirt those things. They really skirt those things. But remember, this lady once was doing Isaiah, and she used the concordance. Well, the concordance is made by Schofield and all those kind of people who use the nice words when they translate. But if you use the second and third meaning down, you'll find out them bad boys that they were talking about was really them. So, and it's real brutal and really harsh. It's not as nice as the.
Yeah. And I guess, in to each his own, however people choose to raise their youngins, that's their business. But I don't know, just me personally. I just think it's very damaging
to the psyche, because when you grow up,
it's very damaging to the psyche, and you are literally passing on these particular set of rules and ideology from supposedly and allegedly thousands of years, and it has not shown a benefit.
No.
And it's interesting. I was recently, someone I know, they started up a YouTube channel, and she was like, oh yeah, drop by when you get a chance. And they're kind of Pan-Africanism. So I said, something said, it actually showed up on my feed. So I said, all right, let me check them out. Sure enough, right on schedule, they were talking on that religion stuff. And, I just dropped simple questions in there, and they're going in on the biblical rules, this, that, and the third. And I just simply said, you all are adults. Why do you need a text from 1,000-something years old to teach you right from wrong? Oh, what do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, just snapped. And I let old heads, mind you, old heads. So mixing the biblical rules, then went into the white supremacy. The white man gave us the Bible. Old heads. And I'm sitting there like this. I'm still waiting on the answer to my motherfucking original question.
I avoid subjects like that.
I do too. Which I did it for a purpose. She asked me to drop by. She know how I hit hard. And so she came in and she saw it was me and kind of chuckled. She said, no, she's right. Answer the question. No, see, you worship money. Y'all know how I do. I'm in the background in my head. What's your final answer to that question, bruh?
People don't have answers to fairy tales.
Exactly, because it's not logical.
No, it's not. And you have to kind of like throw out what doesn't make sense to. Matter of fact, I think the world was destroyed and created many times with different histories. To be honest with you, they keep making histories and they kind of got them all confused. But because I think that's part of the reset is to continue to change the history.
And it very well could be. And even if that is the case, I'm going to go for the motherfucking oldest on record. That's what I'm going to do. That's what's logical to me.
You know what? I don't like their history. I don't like them being beings that they are. Because if they're invaders, I wouldn't like them either.
Right, and I may not like it, but if it's the oldest, and that's the closest to the truth that I have, I'm not saying I have to like it, but I'm going to read it.
I have to find our truth if we can, because they got rid of it.
Your truth is your bloodline.
Yeah, I mean the truth of the history of the planet. I know what my bloodline is, and I know that's the truth. But I mean, you got a text right there that you can read to everybody in the room. I have to tell my children what happened to them. They got rid of our story, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about our story.
You mean the indigenous people of the planet?
The indigenous people. I have to argue with my son about we're not Africans. You know, I need to be able to tell him.
You should not have to argue with your son that you're not African. Whose womb did they come out of?
They don't care. But you know what?
It's disrespectful, nigga.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
Whose womb did you come out of? So you mean to sit up and tell me you gonna believe Brother Abba on the motherfucking corner? Nigga, who did I say you are? Exactly. You came out of my womb, not theirs. It's disrespectful.
Girl, I just
and they need to have a head bust open to the fucking white meat. It's disrespectful.
Yeah, I know it.
That you're gonna believe someone outside of what your mother is telling you.
Peer pressure, I suppose, or just stupidity. I just want to be a man and don't want to listen to anyone.
That's not being no fucking man. You're being a pussy.
That's right. But
remember the pussy you came out of, nigga.
But you know, men have a big swell head. Some men do have a big swell head, and they don't want to listen to their women. They want to listen to a man.
That's just why they fucked up to this day, because they think they know something and don't know shit. And you deserve to be lost, and you will be purged. Get ready. I fucking dare you.
But back to it. I want to be able to know the stories, the real deal. That's what we're searching for, the real deal, right?
And I agree with you on that, sis, but I want to back up. If you're not going to listen to what your mama say, if you're not going to clean up your own family bloodline, what fucking difference does it make what the original story is? What fucking difference does it make if you can't listen to your mama and grandmother? None of the other shit fucking matters. You don't even deserve to fucking know. You don't fucking deserve to be here. Get ready to be purged. I'm not giving these niggas no pass. You gonna believe what men say over what your mama tell you? Yeah. That's not acceptable.
I agree. But anyway, we had a recent conversation about what has transpired And we learn more as we go on.
Whew. Sorry for cussing them out, sis. I apologize.
Too bad he ain't listening.
Well, fuck that shit. You can put it on me. I don't give a fuck.
I said, too bad he's not listening.
That's not your mama saying that. I'm saying fuck you, nigga. Or niggas. You don't respect your mama? Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, we have the stories that we know. But there's a lot that went into the grave with that other end. But I know they visit us and they talk to us and they tell us. They lead us and direct us in where we need to go tonight. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the guidance of the ancestors. Because even though they may not have known everything when they were here because they weren't born in the time when it all happened, they know now.
Yeah, and just the fact that, child, I've been yelling so much, it got cramps in my side. That's what the hell I get. But, I mean, it's just no excuse for it. If you're going to ignore what your ancestors tell you regarding lineage, nah, bro, I don't have no respect for that. Now, I could see you not believing Big Mama and them when she want to talk about the Lord and all of that stuff. I can understand that. I wouldn't disrespect Big Mama because she, into Jesus and them. That's okay. But when it's concerning lineage and bloodline, that's unacceptable. I'm sorry. So, again, I give no fucks about what happened when and how that takes importance over your individual bloodline. And until the indigenous people get their shit together about their own bloodline and take accountability and responsibility for their own bloodlines, you're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Until the indigenous men and women take responsibility and ownership of their bloodline, you're never going to get anywhere. Men, until you honor your mothers, honor the women, the portals that you came through, you will fucking never be nothing. You will always be on the bottom of the totem pole and you will be purged. You are being purged. How much fucking clearer can it be?
When I take a shot,
you are literally being purged at extinction levels. And you don't deserve to be here if you cannot honor your mother. All right. All right, sis. So thank you so much, sis. Thank you. And thanks as always for a good discussion. But I got your back on that disrespect. That's unacceptable. You deserve better. You deserve better than that. I fucking dare them. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, who you are is more important than what the past was. Scripts have been written, parts have been played, none of which has benefited you. It's time to let it all go. It don't matter who they say was where. If it's wrong, it's wrong. There's no need for you to continue to carry something that you know is wrong. That's part of your curse. That's what's attributed to your bloodline, what you accept and what you don't purge. It's up to you. Ain't nothing I can do, ain't nothing Rhonda can do, ain't nothing Sis Sandra can do. Each and every being has its own responsibility. Everybody has to put in work, period. Ain't none of y'all about to ride because you listen to us. Ain't none of y'all about to ride because you don't fuck with us. You got to put in that work. There's no other way around it, period. Love y'all, family. Wholeness and power.
All right, family. So thank you all so much for putting up with me. I know I was going in tonight with the MF and then SB, and so I apologize in advance to the sensitive ones. But the ones that it was directed towards, I mean that shit from the bottom of my soul. So thank you all. Thank you to the family YouTube chat. You're much appreciated. Thank you to the YouTube family listening. Thank you to my co-host, son Scotty, sis Sandra, brother Sean. We'll be back next week, honey. Ciao, because we still got to get into breaking down the Tower of Babel story. So I know I didn't gave y'all enough to be like, well, damn, yeah, Yahweh had an old lady.
That was funny.
That was so funny. You was like, spouse. I said, yeah, old lady.
Well, he sounded like it. He kept saying he. And then they say she. So I'm like,
right.
what?
You was like, I just want to make sure. I said, yeah, his old lady. So Goddess Asherah. So with that said, family, thank you all so much. We appreciate you all. Thanks for being patient. We'll be back next week with this series. So peace and love, fam. Love you all very much.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCONPromeyezed.